I don't know if this is going to go anywhere, but I've been kind of curious about scouting in NA, and I've been seeing so much stuff about like the NFL draft and scouting and stuff like that that it makes me a little bit curious. And I'd like to know, anyways, who some of the best teams and players are, especially as you go down outside of the main LTA North or LCS teams and start looking at some of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 competitive players and seeing who is really good. And one of my big complaints for the longest time is that I think LCS teams have been extremely bad at recognizing talent. And there's been like a lot of examples of that. But Contracts is a player that I look at specifically. I have my own personal bias with that player and being a fan of his and having worked on a team when he was going through amateur that he was on. And so I've always been rooting for him as a player. But I can see that through his career, he was undervalued as a player despite his even basic achievements. But beyond that, players are often rewarded for their base level achievements, how many championships they won, how good they did in the standings, which is more of a team-wide effort and a result of the group of players that they're a part of rather than their individual performance. So I feel like there's a lot of players who, if they get overrated when they come into the league, start on a really good team and just end up having really good performances because they're on a really good team, and then they just have an amazing career in perpetuity of being on a really good team and doing well or decent because they're on a really good team, but they're not actually that good. And without like throwing too much shade at individual players or anything like that, I've really felt like, especially in the narrative with the LCS for a while, I feel like Blabber is a player who's been overrated for a really long time, and I never thought that he was better than Contracts. And I'm kind of curious whether that's actually true, whether that pans out, but more broadly, not to focus on researching a specific narrative between two players or anything like that, but just putting together a list and seeing who the top players are. And so we're going to start with just a really obvious list, and because we got to get some names down and have a place to start. So I just want to start by taking the rosters of all of the teams that are currently in the LTA North and just assume that we have like an efficient market and that the players who are on these teams are like the best players. So how do we want to break this down? So let's just pull this up real quick and see what the current rosters are. So for example, we have a lot of coaches here we can ignore. So let's just start with FlyQuest, and I'm just gonna, based on how well they did this year, I'm just gonna start and we're gonna move things around all over the place. So let's just start with FlyQuest real quick. So we have FlyQuest and we have Bwipo in top lane, and we have his sub who they kind of use sparingly, Gakos, in top lane. So what do we want to write information about these players? So like we were obviously going to want to write like their role, and like their, I guess we can put their team, so I can kind of keep track of moving them around. And I'll just put, for now, we'll just use this to denote that this guy's a sub. I'll put it over here. Usually it's more commonly put with the role. And obviously, just the idea here is I just want to get a good idea of like who the top players in the different roles are, and moving down, it'll be maybe even more interesting to know some names outside of the LTA, in like the academy or challenger scene. And then what I'm actually kind of the most interested in is moving into the teams that are just outside of the academy level. The teams that are considered like the top of tier 3, like they're the teams and players who are like on the cusp of winning the open qualifier, or they qualify through the open qualifier as one of the top 3 teams, and they're having a shot at making it into the academy scene, just promoting out of solo queue basically. It would be even interesting beyond that, although it gets harder as far as scouting goes, be interesting beyond that to even look at like who are the top solo queue players in NA, and are there players in like the top 10 or the top 30 who are not a part of any of these levels of competition? Maybe they're waiting for an LCS spot, instead of trying to compete in open qualifier, which is like tier 3, or competing in tier 2 in academy? Are there any solo queue players where it's, a little bit tricky identifying accounts, but there's a lot of information nowadays and it shouldn't be too hard? So I'd maybe even go through the top 30 solo queue players and see, like, are there players here that might be better than the academy players or better than the LTA North players? And then to a lesser extent, because it would take a really long time to actually do like a full scout with gameplay of like all of these players, we're going to end up with probably dozens of players. I am kind of curious as well, like gameplay wise, do I think, where would I put these players if I had time to watch their games, or if I could, or if there were certain players that we could watch their games or their highlights or something on their decision making? Do I feel like they're deserving of the spots that they're in on the teams that they're on, or are there other factors at play? And so, we'll keep rolling with this. I don't want to take too long. So we've got Bwipo, Gakkos, then we've got Inspired. I should be able to remember these in jungle. We've got Quad, Masu. Oh, I can't spell his name. There we go. Masu, and then Busio. Does he have 2 S's in his name? He has 1. And so we've got, in support, in AD carry, in mid, and jungle. Excuse me. Okay, so then we're just going to put 100 Thieves second. I think it's a little bit complicated. But I mean, the regional tournament, they finished second. So for now, we're just going to list them second. So we've got Sniper on 100 Thieves. He's top. River, Quid, FBI, and Ayla. Must be something in there. I'm constantly on the cusp of sneezing. Okay, so we got jungle, mid ADC and sup, 100 Thieves. Okay, then I'm gonna put Shopify. Is there a better way to do 100 Thieves? Who knows? Shopify, we've got Fudge, contracts. Well, did I mess up here with 100 Thieves? Where's Dokla? Coach, top laner. So, really important to note here. I think this is not a great thing, too. I mean, we could comment on this, but so, in my opinion, there is a really big problem that teams have trouble dealing with, and it gets worse as you go out of Tier 1. But maybe even in Tier 1 it's happening. I think it's rather inappropriate as someone who's been both a coach and now someone who wants to be playing in like an open qualifier. I think that it's inappropriate for a coach to want to play, to have ambition to play at the same time as they're coaching. And it's very difficult because when you have players who are becoming coaches, or their career is done and it's better for them to be a coach or something like that, but maybe they still want to play. For a lot of players, that desire to play is always going to be there, or will come back, even especially once you get involved with the team. And it's very hard to distinguish between someone who genuinely just wants to coach and someone who wants to get onto a team. And I think it's very inappropriate for someone like Dokla to be in a coach position, and then because I don't know exactly what his role is in the org. I'm not involved in this personally, but to say that you're a coach and then you're also kind of gunning for the top laner's job is very, very strange, because as a coach, you can put a focus and a culture around a certain player not succeeding or not doing well, or maybe setting them up for failure because even subconsciously you want their spot. And I'm not saying that that's what happened at all. I think Dokla performed well, but it's a really awkward position to have a player who still has ambition to play as a player to be in charge of coaching players whose spots he's trying to kind of take. That's just an obvious conflict of interest that just shouldn't really exist, and I don't know why teams would even struggle with that as a concept. It's the most recent notable example I've seen of that in Tier 1, but like very recently, like the team that I was substituting for was thinking about, like, some of the players were asking if I could coach, and I was telling them, like, no, I don't want to do that, because if I'm like, that wouldn't be fair to your support, because I want his spot, and I accept that he's a better player than I am right now, but I want his spot, and I don't think it would be appropriate or a good idea for me to be coaching the team while I'm trying to take his spot. That just doesn't make any sense. So it's not a good thing at all. When you look at someone even like that player, who I felt like was a better player than me, I looked at certain aspects of the way that he played the game compared to all the other players on the team, because I was watching the whole game, but I was watching the support to learn. I viewed his gameplay really negatively in a way that is kind of weird. Like, I could tell that I viewed his gameplay negatively in a way that didn't really make a whole lot of sense other than emotionally, because, like, he was playing fine. Like, he was playing well. He was doing some things, like, a lot better than I would do. But when he would make a mistake or, like, miss Nautilus hooks and things like that, I would be like, wow, I feel like I would never miss that in that position. But I think he's a much better player than me, so I'm not so sure that that's true. And then, like, my Nautilus has been struggling really heavily in solo queue, so I'm thinking to myself, there's no way that can be right, or other aspects of the way that I play Nautilus must be so bad if that's true. If I am hitting all those hooks in those spots that he's missing, what am I doing with the rest of the way that I play Nautilus that I'm doing super bad? So, there's something with that. But anyways, that's kind of the weird coach situation with Dokla. I'm glad I remembered that, though. So another kind of tough decision, as I put the Shopify players in here, Fudge contracts, is that in a lot of cases, putting players from, like, previous splits and at least trying to investigate why they've left the league, whether, like, teams don't value them anymore, or whether they retired for personal reasons and they have no interest in playing anymore. Knowing that information is really important, because it will eliminate certain solo queue players from contention if they're still at the top of the ladder. And it could mean that you have a player who, like, didn't quite get onto an LCS team, but is actually, like, a very, very good player who is available. I'm trying to think, Ignar, and maybe we could look up what happened to him. This was a long time ago, though. But Ignar was a support player who had a very, very successful career, in my opinion. So maybe we could see what happened to him. Okay, he did end up getting on a team. So he was on NRG until November of 2023, and he didn't get picked up by an LCS team, even though he had done really well in a lot of different contexts. Like, he had done really well with NRG at Worlds and qualifying for Worlds. He had an amazing Worlds with Misfits, and so he had a lot of, like, really good international experience and was, like, a really good player. In my opinion, one of the better support players that was playing in NA at the time in 2023, and then he just didn't get picked up. And this team is... Sorry, I don't know a ton about the what's going on in EU. I'm not following a lot of what's going on with that, but I'm trying to figure out what level this team is playing at. Maybe we'll see here. Oh, they are an LEC team? See, I didn't even know. I may be way out of the loop on this one. Yeah, they're a LEC team, and they went to playoffs, but they finished. They're like not the best LEC team in the world. So like out of 8 teams in LEC, they were, I guess they got, what is this, like 5th, 6th, or like we don't know. They put them at 5th. So like 5th, 6th, something like that. Which is not like terrible. It's good actually to see that he is playing. Trying to look at the timeline. Oh, so this was 24. So what happened to him after 2024? Because we're 2025. I'm like confusing the time. So is he just gone? Is there any reason why? This news stopped at 2019. Ignar is no longer pro player because after the 2024 LEC season, he announced his transition from playing to coaching. So, for example, this Ignar is just an example. I figured this would be too old to count anyways in my document and my scouting that I'm doing. But for example, and I think AI is going to help a ton with like finding obscure news articles about what happened to every single player. But there are a lot of cases where like, okay, Ignar transitioned after a pretty rough 2024 into being a coach. Which is fine. Makes sense. Like a lot of players do that, right? So, but you have to kind of keep in mind, like even with what's happening with Dokla, like Ignar was a very proficient player. So I was very surprised that he didn't get picked up in 2024 after his stint with NRG at Worlds in 2023. I was very surprised he didn't get picked up by an NA team. Maybe he wanted to go back to Europe, you know, so we could ask like, why didn't Ignar stay in the LCS in 2024? We might get a generic answer like, oh, we actually got some. Ignar did not stay because his discussions for him to return to the LCS NRG did not progress beyond initial talks during the offseason. The team signed another support player, so the opportunity to stay in the LCS just didn't materialize for him in 2024. Cheap Sports reported that NRG considered Ignar for a support role, and talks did occur, but it didn't advance beyond early stages. They assigned the Antonio as their support player. I mean, there's obviously other stuff, like what happened with... I mean, I don't even know who this is, by the way, but then, like, what happened with the other teams in the LCS, right? Because, again, he finished... And we're going to do two things, right? So I don't want to... You have to... You're not going to watch all of these players right now. And so you have to go based off of results. But if you're a professional team, I expect you to dive deeper into the player than the results in the team that they were playing on. So you need to know, like, were they a major part of that team's success or not? Was their gameplay and their decision-making objectively good or bad? And what I feel a lot of teams do is they'll look at the results and then they won't look at the gameplay. Obviously, in our case... In a lot of cases, I'm going to look at results as well. They are important, like results matter. They are partially a byproduct of that one player, but that player is entangled in the team and the organization that they're a part of, and ideally you would dive deeper than results. But I'm not going to have time you know, to do the scouting work of every LCS team, right, and scout every single player. I'm just curious and making a list. So I'm not going to be able to watch, I don't know that we'll dive into too much of anything, especially at this rate. Contracts, Palafox, and then we've got Bvoy and Seos. The point with the Ignar example is just to say that, like, sometimes we're not going to know, for example, why he wasn't picked up by other LCS teams. My opinion was that both the way that he played and the results that he had on Misfits and NRG, and probably on some of the other teams he played on, if we went through his competitive history, were quite good. And I thought that he was one of the better support players in the entire LCS. And so I was surprised that he wasn't being picked up by teams. Like, the best support players in my mind in the LCS at that time, a couple of years ago, in like 2023, is like you had players like, Core JJ, Vulcan, Core JJ, Vulcan. I feel like I'm missing somebody here. Ignar. There's got to be one other name. Maybe Sven when he was playing support, but I don't think he was that great. But something like that. Like, these were like top support players at the time. Again, we'd have to go back and look. I don't remember it all, but I felt like he was very, very top of his game compared to those other players. Like, the other support players in NA just really suck. So, like, I was very surprised that he didn't get picked up. So, okay, we've got the Shopify players. Next, 4th place, do we even know? So 4th place would either be Team Liquid or Cloud9, right? Did they play each other? I don't think they played each other. So technically, like, Cloud9 made it further into the losers bracket, but that's just because they played Disguised. And Team Liquid and Cloud9 never actually played each other. So it's kind of a toss-up whether you would say that, like, Team Liquid or Cloud9 was better. I think the fact that Cloud9 was at the top of the regular season might make me put Cloud9 above. They also made it further in the bracket, if anything. Although, again, that was because they played Disguised. We don't really know what would have happened if they played Team Liquid. But I'll put Cloud9 next. This was a really weird split, too, because usually, the results in the regular season are somewhat going to mirror what happened in playoffs. And that was, like, really off base. Like, 100 Thieves was 7th in the regular season, tied for 7th, last place, 0-3 in series, went 1-6 in games. So it was a super short, really weird regular season way to do things, like weird matchups too, where like the better teams got to play worse teams and stuff like that. It was really weird. So I don't know what's going on with this, but yeah, we'll just do Cloud9 and then Team Liquid. We're going to move this all around anyways. So, does Cloud9 have anything shenanigans going on? Not really. So we've got like Thanatos, Blabber, Loki, Sven, and Vulcan. And this is for Cloud9. Okay, and then we've got Team Liquid, and as far as I know, they don't have any crazy shenanigans going on either. So we've got Impact, UG, spelled right, APA, Yon, and Core JJ. So there's kind of like, and I'll put it down here. We're going to talk about a lot of concepts, but I should throw the camera over to the side. I keep blocking everything. But so there's like a couple of things I want to look into, which is like results, gameplay, and we can also look at statistics, which I feel like is maybe underutilized in League. This is Cloud9, but this is all Team Liquid. So let's just do that. We're going to keep going down the list. and we'll probably end up ordering them by role as we start to move things around. So we'll, but we gotta at least list what's going on here first. So there's Team Liquid. So we got Cloud9, Team Liquid. So that just leaves us with Disguise, Dignitas, and Lion. Is that correct? Yeah, we got 5 teams. 3, 4, 5. So we got Disguise, Dignitas, and Lion. So where will we put those teams? So Disguise played Dignitas and beat them. And they took Cloud9, surprisingly, to 5 games. They had a bit of a run. They were doing pretty decently. And they also just straight up had a better record in the regular season than Lion or Dignitas. So we're going to put Disguise next. And what do we got for Disguised? So Castle. Not sure that I know how to pronounce Zayu's name. Is it just Zayu? Dark Wings, Rahel, and Hui. Oh yeah, that Hui is actually one of the other supports that I really respect and think is a good player for back in that 2023 era. Maybe the person I was thinking of that I'm missing. But yeah, definitely some of the top supports in the region. I don't know if Vulcan was like in his peak form yet where he was doing really well, but definitely players like Vulcan, Core JJ, maybe Sven when he was playing really well, maybe Hui at points when he was playing really well, and Ignar was really good as well. Beyond those couple of names though, like that's a lot of players. I just put out 5 players right there, but like beyond those players, the other support players in the league were like absolutely replaceable by almost anyone and that's that's not great. Like Zazel, who's playing in tier 2 right now, could easily come in and replace any of the supports at that time who were not there. I mean, Zazel might have even been in, I don't remember. But you know what I mean. Okay, so we've got DSG. Is there any shenanigans going on with their roster? Not that we can see here, and that's fine. Let's keep it simple. Okay, so then we have Lion, and I mean, I'll just put Lion last, let's be honest. But actually, Lion finished 1 game ahead of Dignitas in the regular season, and then they never played each other. And if anything, 100 Thieves was a tougher opponent based on how 100 Thieves did than, we really don't know. So I'm just going to put, based on my own personal opinion on the strength of the teams, I'm just going to put Dig and then I'll put Lion, but they're both really bad. Yeah. So another big elephant in the room, right, that we should talk about is that a lot of teams aren't trying to win, straight up. And what I mean by that, it's not that the players are not trying to win or that the organization is not trying to make the best of it. What I mean by that is that there are a lot of organizations that are franchise organizations that are trying to somehow make this a profitable investment, and we have to get in a little bit to the business aspect of it. Esports, especially like with League and its declining viewership, especially in NA, has not been a good investment. And they pumped the player salaries up really, really high if you wanted a competitive roster, when there was a lot of investment dollars pumping in, and that wasn't sustainable. And one of the reasons why we saw the exit of a lot of players like Doublelift and Sneaky and some of these other veteran players is probably because they realized that as teams were offering them half as much money to play as they used to be offered, probably thinking to themselves like, I have money that I can kind of do whatever I want day to day. We're not winning worlds anyways. I've already achieved a lot domestically. Like, what is the point? I could make a bunch of money streaming. I can just like enjoy my life, and so am I getting out of this what I really want to anymore if they're going to offer me half the money? And that's a lot of the reason why a lot of veteran players and big names, it's not the only reason, but it's a reason that made them reconsider what they were doing. And the reason for that is because, well, we could get into the whole thing, but there was a lot of investment money pouring into the LCS, and that investment money started drying up as interest rates went up, as league viewership started declining after it peaked during COVID. And so things went really south for the league since then. And because we don't have a system of promotion and relegation like we used to, except for one guest team, which is Disguise currently, that can promote or demote, there's not really an incentive for all of these franchise teams to perform or to try to win. So if we look at like the teams that are here, there's no salary cap in the LCS like there is in some other sports. And so teams can just spend as much money as they want to put a super roster together and win. Well, there are only a couple of orgs then that are really trying to win. And it's like Cloud9's really trying to win. FlyQuest is really trying to win. Shopify to a lesser extent, but I wouldn't really even say that Shopify is trying to spend that much money and win. I'd say that they just happen to have some really good underrated players. But like, would they really have Seos as their support? Or like, you know, only like, I don't know that they would have some of these players if they were actually trying to win and shell out money to win. So I wouldn't put them in that category of teams that are actually trying to pay a lot of money to win. But I think like Cloud9, FlyQuest, Team Liquid are like maybe the only teams willing to pay a lot of money to win. I think that 100 Thieves and Shopify are like not paying a lot of money but doing a really great job with their organization. And the players that they have like the best underrated players, and so they're doing well. In fact, they were both part of the top 3, even though they weren't really spending big or anything like that. It would be another interesting statistic to look at, not just the individual players, but how much are teams even willing to pay. And maybe we don't have this information. It'd be kind of cool to know, but you know, how much did each team spend on players or on the organization as a whole? Probably not public on most of that, but I'd be curious to know if my intuition about those organizations is correct. But you know, there used to be the perception that like ever since relegation went away, that there were only maybe 3 teams at the top that were willing to shell out the big bucks to get a super roster together that had a chance at like making it to Worlds and competing internationally or whatever. And ever since relegation went away, it's just been worse, because like there's a lot of teams who, when we look at Dignitas or when we look at like Lion or we look at Disguise, even 100 Thieves and Shopify to a lesser extent, I wonder if they're like actually doing everything that they can to win. And maybe they're doing, you know, the coaching staff and the players are obviously doing everything they can to win with the allowed amount of money they're allowed to spend. But is the organization doing everything that they can to win? Do they care about putting in a little bit more money for a much better result? I don't think so. Or like they cost minimizing. I think a lot of these teams are cost minimizing, except for like Cloud9, FlyQuest, Liquid. That's like it, basically. And as a result, you're going to have a lot of teams that are maybe not even rostering players as good as tier 2 or as good as like veterans who are on the sideline. So we talked about like maybe there's a player from last season who never got offered a spot on a team, and they're actually just a better support player than everybody on here. And or like the bottom 4 support players in the LCS, but they're just not playing, and they're not playing in academy either. So we need to kind of consider that on our list if we want to, depending on how comprehensive we want to go. But, you know, let's finish adding the Dignitas players in here. So that's another like important consideration as well, that, you know, a lot of these teams are only willing to spend a certain amount of money. And that's resulting in kind of poor performances, I guess I would say. Tomo and Isles. Okay, so then we just have Lion. I guess we can throw in here, right? So Yayo and Surdy. I think Surdy is their primary, right? I would assume so. Let me see if we can get information on that. Maybe that's not even true. contracts ends. Yayo is former already. Can I get information on what happened there? I actually don't remember, though, what happened, like who played in the games. What was even his name? Yayo. What, are we gonna have to look at the VOD? Well, who played? Okay, so they played in the playoffs, right? Lion versus 100 Thieves. Sorry, I don't remember the match. 1 month ago. This should be it. Okay, Surdy was playing. Figures. Okay. So, Surdy... But they do have some shenanigans here. So we have another top lane sub in Yayo. And this is for Lion. And then we have... See, like, what's going on here with Licorice? Former player. Okay, whatever. Like, is Licorice in Academy, or are we just missing him? He might be a player that we're, like, missing right now, for example, that's kind of sidelined. But anyways, Lion, Yayo, Surdy, Audi. Don't like that guy in solo queue. Saint, Henna. I mean, I don't mind him. Nothing personal. Lions. I think, who was he playing with? He was playing with somebody in solo queue. Maybe somebody else. Maybe a coach or something even. No, I don't recognize those names. He was duo with someone, and they were pretty bad. Like, nothing personal or anything like that. I think he was a, like, fine, respectful player, but... like, did not vibe with that guy in solo queue. I thought that they were doing really poorly. But, I mean, how can I talk, you know? I'm at all-time low right now, so... Okay, so wonderful. So we have the LCS teams here. I took so long to do this. Do I even dare to go look at NACL 2025? So here's our tier 2 for America, in case you didn't know. In case you have no idea what's going on with this, but you're just kind of curious. We used to have, a long time ago, so let's just go back to 2016. In 2016, there was a really cool system called promotion and relegation, where the bottom 3 LCS teams, so there were 10, well, originally there were 8 LCS teams, and the top 6 out of the 8 made playoffs, but the bottom 3 teams all were in jeopardy of getting relegated. What that meant, which was kind of cool about this, is that even if you ended 6th place out of 8, so if you got last in the playoffs, you, rather than just finishing 5th to 6th and dropping out of the first round of the quarterfinals of the playoffs, what would actually happen instead is you would play 5th, 6th place match in the playoffs as a separate thing, like you would with a 3rd, 4th place match, that had a lot of significance, because even though you managed to make the playoffs, the team that did the worst in the playoffs was still up for relegation, which is a little bit extreme. It makes a little bit more sense when you have 10 teams, but that was the way that it worked. And those bottom 3 teams, so 8th, 7th, and the 6th place from playoffs that lost that 5th, 6th place match, would play against the top 3 teams from Challenger. And so at the time, the Challenger teams were like, there was a Challenger series, and the teams weren't necessarily owned by the LCS teams. They were just, any team could qualify for the Challenger series. So I think there were also 8 teams in the Challenger series, and any team could qualify for the Challenger Series through the open qualifier. And I forget the exact details, but it works somewhat similarly to the promotion and relegation out of the LCS. So it was pretty straightforward. Like the bottom three Challenger Series teams would play the top three open qualifier teams. And the way that you like played in the open qualifier is that there was ranked. We have to go back the whole thing. There was solo queue, and instead of flex queue, there was ranked teams 5v5, where you could create a team like creating a Clash team, name it, and it would have its own rank as its own entity aside from an individual player. So a player would own the team, and you could have up to 8 players on the team, so 5 main players and 3 other friends or subs. Basically, your friend group could just create a league team together, play ranked as 5 only. Whenever you wanted, you could just queue up like for Clash, but just at any time that you wanted. And if you made it all the way from Diamond, there was no Masters. If you made it from Diamond to Challenger, and then you made it to the top 20 in Challenger, the top 20 teams were all invited to participate in this open qualifier tournament. If a team declined or didn't want to participate, then they'd offer it to maybe 21, 22, 23. So maybe if you were top 25 or so, you would make it, because a couple of teams would always decline or not be interested. So basically, there was a path from literally playing ranked 5s with your friends or playing solo queue and putting a team together and then grinding against the other teams to get to Challenger top 25 in teams for the open qualifier. Then you get into the open qualifier. If you made it to the top 3 teams in this bracket out of those 20 teams, then you would get a chance to play a best of 5 versus the bottom 3 Challenger Series teams, and you could promote into Challenger Series, and then you could promote into the LCS if you finish top 3 in Challenger Series and then beat the LCS teams, and you just own an LCS spot. Part of the problem with that was that it was getting to a point where LCS spots were becoming more valuable, and there weren't really like rules about LCS teams like developing or fostering their own sister teams or competitive counterparts or like farm systems and things like that. And so essentially teams would, like Team Liquid and Cloud9 did this a lot. They were the most successful at it. Basically farmed like spots in the LCS. Each of them, I think, successfully got one Challenger Series team into the LCS, promoted all the way into the LCS, and then the rule was you couldn't have a conflict of interest of owning 2 teams, so you had to sell them when you got them, but that's kind of what the goal was in the first place, so they would sell them, and then the players who should have basically deservedly made it into the LCS were considered good players for having made it there, and maybe other teams would pick them up in the following split, but they weren't guaranteed a spot altogether as a team like you normally would. They were essentially smurfing. I mean, they were even using like really high level former pros or like substitute pro players who would like, were battling for a spot on the main team and stuff like that. They were taking these players and sticking them onto these like overloaded Challenger Series teams because there was more money to be made in getting a Challenger Series team promoted than actually doing well in the LCS. So that was the system, and one of the things that was nice about it is a very clear path to pro from playing solo queue without getting recruited onto a team, but just through, your own sheer merit of being a good team. And it was also interesting in that it was one of the only esports that had a path to pro together as a friend group or as a team. The other thing about it is the promotion relegation system made the tier 2 and tier 3 scene in NA very competitive because you had the opportunity to make it all the way into the LCS or even just into the Challenger Series, which was still kind of prestigious to be playing competitively at all. And obviously it lit a fire under the bottom tier LCS teams because even if you made it top 6 to playoffs, you could still get relegated. And lose your entire spot in the LCS and your whole organization was basically dead. So it was really important, to keeping teams competitive, keeping teams spending money to have a more interesting, more competitive team, keeping good players around instead of like running some players that maybe I wouldn't put in my top 6 or how many teams, there's like 8, I wouldn't put in my top 8 players for supporter or for even another role, and yet they're playing in the LCS or the LTA. Because why? Because the organization doesn't want to spend money on the appropriate players, and so those players would rather go stream. And so then the LCS as a product is failing and dying, partially, very minor reason. There's a lot of reasons why it's dying, but one reason is because the competition isn't good enough. The talent that people have learned about over the years in NA is sidelined or forced into streaming instead of playing in the LCS. So, there's problems with that. Anyways, the system changed for a while when franchising happened and there was a lot of money pouring into the league, where Riot just mandated that there was no more open qualifiers, no more promotion relegation at all, either into Challenger Series or into the LCS. All of the Challenger Series teams would now be owned by LCS teams, so they would all be mandated to have a secondary team, and those teams would compete to serve as a farm system or a talent acquisition system for the LCS. But as a result, right, for all of those organizations and people who are taking part in those open qualifiers, it killed the path to pro. It killed the competitiveness of relegations for the league and keeping organizations in check that were, doing poorly, and not wanting to spend money on a competitive roster. And it forced teams to pay a lot of money, $75,000 minimum salary for an academy player, which I think still exists in Challenger Series, by the way. Forced them to pay that salary when the teams were never profitable and didn't really, they only had that money because investors were crazy and wanting to lose money. So, and didn't understand the space and were throwing money into something they didn't understand. So you have that situation, and so now all of a sudden all those tier 2 teams are just gone. The whole scene is dead, and for a while you just have that academy system. And as a result, people tune out, because why pay attention to the Challenger Series teams when all it's there for is to maybe develop a little bit of talent for the LCS that, look, if they're good, you'll see them. You don't need to watch the other 30 players, that aren't going to make it or aren't that good, like compared to the LCS players. Like, who cares? And there's no end goal of academy if there's no promotion or relegation into the LCS. What a lot of people haven't been following or realized is that actually we went back sort of to the old system, even though we still have franchising, which is all the teams, now that the investor money is poured out, the interest rates have gone up, people understand the space a little bit better and see that it's still not profitable after many years of investor money going into it, see that viewership's actually declining, and so it's not even a growing in business. You'll have a company that's not making a profit yet, but its revenue is growing, it's expanding its size, you're bringing in more money, and as soon as you can figure out how to make it profitable or cut expenses or something like that, and raise prices or something, you'll become very profitable. With the LCS, if you're, not only were you not profitable, we're waiting years and pouring money into it, waiting to figure out how we can either cut expenses or, raise revenue from the thing. And then all of a sudden we're actually getting less viewership, so we're not even growing as an industry anymore. And interest rates are going up, so it's more expensive to be taking on these risky investments. It's like really, really bad. And so, everything collapses. Not to mention the fact that one of the biggest investors in the LCS and in LCS teams was FTX. They were actually the biggest investor at the time. And then when FTX, the crypto exchange, collapsed and the shenanigans with Sam Bankman-Fried, that actually took millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars directly out of the NALCS that they were expecting to get like within months or the next year was just gone. And one of the reasons why they had to cut so much broadcast talent even is because the LCS expected like a lot of money from FTX. It was like $100 million over 5 or 10 years or something like that. All of a sudden there was no longer, like, that money was just never coming anymore because the company was just gone overnight. So unironically, that situation led to, the lack of funding that led to this. So all the LCS teams were like, we don't want to fund an academy team anymore. It's a waste of money. other organizations will do it for free, or if we can offer them a little like the most minimal piece of the LCS, like one potential spot in the LCS, then they'll do all of that for free for us. And, we can just sit back and not have to pay $75,000 per player to 5 players for an academy team that we're not all that interested in funding or using. Now, by the way, teams are still allowed to have an academy team. And for a while, some teams, competitive teams, if you want to know like what teams were still competitive, like FlyQuest and like Cloud9, kept their challenger teams. And for a while, they were the only organizations that still had challenger teams. I think FlyQuest was the last one with one. And eventually, even they ended up dropping those. So that, that's another area where you could see, like, if a team was serious about developing, were and like competing, did they run a academy team for as long as possible, or did they ask the league to stop them, the requirement that they do that? So very recently, in the last, I think 2 or 3 years or something like that, we went back to a completely like open and free tier 2 scene, where instead of any of the LCS teams controlling these orgs, all of these orgs are completely separate entities that are just operating on their own, and they're basically just doing the job of scouting, recruiting, and even paying, because I think there's still a $75,000 requirement. Maybe the salary requirement's gone down for Academy, or what is now back to the Challenger NACL, which is the NA Challenger League. So it's gone back to more of like that old system from back in the day. And there is a little, a little tantalizing bone at the end of the thing, which is there is one guest spot in the LTA North that is available to one of these teams. So Disguised basically always has to play in a promotion tournament versus that. I think it's like, let me pull it up. LTA North 2026 promotion. Who participates? It's like the top 2. Okay, yeah, that's why it was confusing. So the top 2 NACL teams and the LTA North guest team, no matter how well they do, I think basically, has to participate in this. I wonder if it would be interesting. I don't think this is a thing, but I have really no idea if Disguised hit a certain requirement, like if they made it to like top 4 of like the LTA North playoffs. I'm just going to call it LCS, by the way. If since they're changing it back to the LCS in 2026 anyways. So like this whole page about 2026 LTA North promotion will probably even be changed to LCS promotion, right? But anyways, so like I wonder, it would be kind of cool if like Disguised hit like top 4. Maybe they don't have to do promotion or relegation, but then the whole season would be meaningless for the challenger teams. So obviously we've got 10 challenger teams that are considered tier 2 teams that are run by independent organizations. You see here there's also colleges, which we can talk a little bit about. That's a whole nother can of worms to get into. And basically they are finding talent and paying players to play in tier 2 who might eventually get onto LCS teams. And so obviously we've got our list of players who are currently in LCS, but when you're looking at who might be the second best, you would think of like, who are the top college teams, who's the top players on the Challenger League teams, and who are the top solo queue players who are maybe not competing in either of those systems, but they're kind of separate systems, and in some cases they're the same. So in this case, right, we have like a college like Winthrop University, where like there are a lot of colleges whose teams are participating in the Challenger League and in the open qualifier to try to get into the Challenger League and maybe even into the LCS at the same time as they're playing in collegiate, because they can do both. So, that's kind of an interesting thing here as well. And then tier 3, which is like below this, is the open qualifier to try to get into this. So obviously You've got the LTA North or the LCS guest team, which is Disguised right now, who qualified before. And then you've got the top two challenger teams, which was Luminosity and Conviction. A lot of familiar names you'll see on these teams that people know. Like Stunt used to be a professional support player. I think Viper was in here at some point. Maybe not. Maybe I'm confusing it with the Chinese Viper or something like that. TF Blade, right? We know. I think we've seen Fake God and Tomio before in the LCS. I think also Insanity Tactical and Zazel. Maybe all five of these players were former LCS. But, you know, names that stand out on this team in particular to me are like Tactical and Zazel. Were fine players in their day in the LCS. And then you've got the LRN teams, which is like Latin America instead of Brazil. So you have Brazil, which is Brazil, and then you have like, you used to have Latin America North and Latin America South. This is like Latin America North and Latin America South combined. So you can see you have like players, a bunch of players from Mexico. This is Venezuela. Oh, it's Colombia, my bad. Costa Rica, Peru, Chile, and then you've got, all kinds of stuff going on there. But anyways, so, you know, it's Latin American teams. I don't know why, but I guess that's part of how the LTA works, is you've got two Latin American teams. Interesting question here, by the way. They said that they're changing the name back to LCS and that it would be an independent league, like maybe independent from Brazil. What does that mean as far as like the promotion for these Latin American teams? Like, let's imagine, it's not going to happen. I hope not, or I don't think. But let's imagine a world in which the team that qualifies is like Estral Esports from Latin America, or like the STM Tigers. Do they just not get into the LCS anymore next year? Because like, are they just, so they've just qualified for this prestigious event by like winning, being the top two in their domestic league. Are they like is there just tournament off because they're no longer allowed to be a part of the LCS, or is Latin America still part of the LCS? I don't know. But anyways, so that'd be kind of interesting. So you've got this going on, right? So you got these teams here. Do I consider these guys on my list? I mean, that's the other thing that we have to talk about, is we have to talk about NA residency, which is, I've complained about this for many years, but there are a lot of players, like you'd think it'd be pretty simple, right? That like NA means North America. And so like players from North America are in the thing. But it's always been more complicated than that. So understand that like Latin America North is a separate server. So countries like Mexico, non-English speaking countries like Mexico, and the Central American countries like Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, stuff like that. I think one of those is not there, but that's fine. Like those Central American companies, not companies, I'm tired, it's 1 a.m, we gotta hurry through this. These countries, right, were considered part of the Latin American region, not NA. So you'd think, okay, NA is the English speaking countries in North America, the big ones that we know of, Canada and the US. But then it gets more complicated than that, because over the years, going way, way, way back to the beginning of the LCS has made about 1 million exceptions and rules for what players are allowed to play in the LCS. So, for example, and count as residents. So, for example, a lot of players came from like EU and Korea to play in the LCS very early on, and those players were basically grandfathered in as residents of the region because they spent their whole careers from the beginning playing here in NA, even though they were not like from NA at all. And then on top of that, you had instances where like you had obviously the incident with LMQ, where a full Chinese team came to NA, just moved to NA, qualified for the LCS through the Challenger Series promotion and relegation thing, and then just qualified for Worlds as NA's third team over like Team Curse or Team Liquid at the time, just yoinked their spot, and that was scuffed. So that's when Riot was forced to create a rule about who was an import and who wasn't, and how many imported players teams were allowed to have. So that's when they created a residency requirement. But basically, before that happened in Season 4, every imported player into NA was considered automatic residence. So if you were playing in NA up until that point, they didn't want your career there to end or you to get kicked out of the league or something like that. So those players were all grandfathered in, whether they were from EU, Korea, whatever, including those LMQ players, by the way. But luckily, like, Zhao got banned for elo boosting. The team ended up disbanding and stuff like that. But had those sorts of shenanigans not happened, LMQ could have kept playing in theory, because they were all granted residency. So there were like a lot of Chinese players that had residency from LMQ. There were Korean players that had residency from having played in NA in Season 3 and Season 4. There were EU players like Bjergsen and Jensen who were given residency for having played then, or maybe something like that. And then like there was a rule where like players, if they obtain residency or green card, or like have lived here for 2 years, they become a resident as well. When Oceania's, which is Australia and New Zealand, when their league professional scene collapsed, they decided to help save those players' careers by grandfathering them all into NA residency to allow them to move to NA and play in the NALCS, which is great if you're an Australian player who managed to come over here and play, because you don't count as an import, and so you're competing with the local NA players instead of the import, slot, which you would never make as an Oceanic player. But bad for the local NA players, because then they're losing spots to people like FBI and other players who maybe don't. I'm not saying that those players are so bad that they don't deserve to be in the LCS, but the teams have to make a consideration about, like, whether a player, obviously FBI probably, if he was an import, would not be playing in the LCS, right? Let's be honest. And there's other Australian players like Isles and stuff like that, right? Is that right? If we go back, I don't have the residency stuff here, but that's kind of worth noting as well. Anyways, so it's just worth noting that stuff. And now that we merged with Brazil, I'm pretty sure all Latin American players, North and South, and Brazilian players, maybe not Brazilian players, but I'd have to check on that one, because this is a recent change. NA LCS residency. So there's a list here for players in NA. So these were all the players who initially had selected residency: Amazing, Bjergsen, Dexter, Helios, Keen, Crepo, Lustboy, Quas, Santorin, Seraph, Zhao, and Chaox. Then these players earned residency via permanent residency: Huhi, Someday, Arrow, Gamsu, Core JJ, Power of Evil, Sven, and Inspired. And then residency via import. I don't even know what that means. That doesn't even make any sense, right? Impact, Piglet, Jensen, Phoenix, Svenskar, and Huni. All the Oceanic players that were granted residency, including Fudge, FBI, Ayla. I don't see Isles on here, so maybe Rioma, I think we saw play. Am I just wrong? Is he Canadian? Sorry. Let me see here. Now I gotta know what's going on with Isles. Maybe I was thinking of Ayla. Oh, Isles is Australian as well. So why is he not on this list? I wonder if he did have residency, because there's a lot of players to name. I'm pretty sure it was everyone in Oceania. So I don't know. Does Isles have NA residency? Yes, he What? Oh, this is not. A League of Legends player known as Isles has NA residency changed to Americas in 2024. Does it say why? Doesn't say why. But I assume that he was a part of this oceanic thing that happened a couple of years ago. Then you also have, oh, this is for EU. So they, like the Russian players from Moscow 5 were like doctored in, as well as a couple of Korean imports that they had before the import rules as well. And then you can see for other regions, right, that like the number of players here are just like tiny. I guess Japan would be another one that has like a bunch of Korean imports, or like China has had some Korean imports over the years that have managed to gain residency and stuff like that. And so to be clear, you can have imports on your team. It's just the rule was that you were limited to 2 imports per team and 3 players that count as NA residents. But as you can see by looking at these lists, how many NA and Canadian players, you can just count them up. Okay, it's like 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not even, okay, so 2. We have Vulcan and Blabber on Cloud9. 1. Well, I mean, I think, so how does Shaden have NA residency? I mean, he's always been an NA player, hasn't he? Canadian Filipino. I think he's just an NA player then. Again, I don't know enough about his personal life. Maybe he was born in the Philippines but like lived in Canada for a long time. I could definitely see, and I don't remember the exact rule requirements on like declaring for a region or something like that, like meaning like maybe the first region you ever actually like start competing in or playing in or something like that kind of by default becomes your home region. Maybe some weird thing like that, or something like that, especially if you have just like lived there for a long time. So obviously it says like Philippines here. This is usually country of birth, but you know, I would consider Shaden an NA player because he came up in NA solo queue. He's Canadian, basically, more or less. So okay, we got like 1, 2. So we got 2 on Cloud9, 2 on Dignitas, 2 in Masu and Busio on FlyQuest. We've got Licorice on Lion. That is it, unless you consider, you know, the Latin American players like Lions and Odi, unless you consider them NA players. And then, you know, then they would have 3. Shopify, obviously one of the most heavily NA teams, has 3. Team Liquid has 2. APA and Yon. 100 Thieves has Sniper, although, well, Dokla 2 is like NA resident. Wasn't Dokla listed here as a coach or something? Where'd he go? Wasn't he just listed? We just looked at this and he was listed as a coach. Did something like happen? Some news broke at midnight? But anyways, yeah, so I would like Dokla is NA. So either way, they have like 1 NA. Oh, they have 1 on 100 Thieves. And then you've got Disguised has 2. Scary Jerry and Zayu. And you know, some coaches, whatever. Okay, so you can see that like even though the rule is you're supposed to have 3, I think there's 1 team in the whole LCS that actually has 3 like Canadian players and American players, and it's Shopify. Other than that, there have been so many players grandfathered in from Oceania, from like Latin America, and from like even Korean players and stuff like that have been playing as imports for so long in NA, that like Impact has residency, Core JJ has residency, like all the Oceanic players count as NA residents, even though Oceanic Competitive League exists again and has a team competing in the, like multiple teams that can compete in the Pacific region now, and even before that Oceanic League came back, I think, with their own league. So Oceanic competitive scene came back, yet their players were still allowed to go to NA and compete with the native NA players. You have a lot of EU players, I think, maybe in here still, like Sven, who are involved in the who have been like gotten residency, etc., etc., etc. So it's just a mess across the board, and that's why you barely see any NA players in NA, which is kind of a whole nother problem. So the other thing you could be asking yourself is, if you're talking about like, well, two things. For one, for building a roster, you need to consider whether a player is an import or not, because if a player is actually just not an import, then that's a huge boost, because then you can use an import slot on another role. And there are specific roles where this matters more, like if you're a support player or something like that, where it's not really worth it to use an import slot on that role. It's beneficial that you're a native player, because if you're a good native support player, which there's not a very deep talent pool there, then it's like that's beneficial. Whereas if you're a top laner or a mid laner, you're even more screwed, because those are the roles where Korean imports are valued the highest, because they are the most dependent on independent mechanical skill, and the language barrier isn't as big of a problem. And so those are roles where it's really hard to compete with imported players. I would also say, since I've talked a lot of smack about the Oceanic players, and I will continue to do so, that Fudge is a uniquely very good player from that region. He's probably the best player from Oceania ever by far. And, so Fudge is like an exception to that rule. I think, well, not necessarily if he was an import, but like definitely if you, well, I don't know. Maybe even as an import, Fudge wouldn't be import level. But he's a good player, and it's worth giving him a shout out that he is a uniquely gifted Oceanic player. It's while we're on the topic of these different servers and stuff like that, it may be worth just quickly looking into how this works in terms of different regions, because a lot of people don't really understand why some regions are so much better than other regions at League. And I just want to point to something really, really basic and obvious. When you have a high school, we know this in sports in NA, if you have a high school that's got like 10,000 kids, and then they play against a high school that's got like 1,000 kids. Sometimes this happens because like there are private high schools that will have like 1,000 kids or 3,000 kids or something, and public high school with like 10,000, 20,000 kids. And the football team of the public school is going to be significantly better than the football team of the private school in most cases, because there are so many more players to draw from that you're naturally going to have a lot more good players and a lot of players who are like more interested in playing at a higher level in that public high school than you would in the private high school. So if you got 1,000 people versus 10,000 people, your best player from that group of 1,000 people, unless you're just really lucky with that one person, Fudge would be that like one lucky person that's much better, even though he's the only one. It's like your best player, your one out of 1,000 would be like they have 10 of those guys. So your best player is like they have 10 of them. So unless you're just extremely lucky, or maybe that private high school is focused on having a really good sports program or something like that, people are sending their kids there for that reason or something to win, then like what you see a lot of times is the bigger school is just going to stomp the school with less people. It's the same thing in League. It's just a bell curve. It's a distribution that means that there are more good players in different regions. So for example, NA right now has 1.5 million accounts ranked that have completed their placements. Whereas if we go and look at other regions like Korea has 3.4 million accounts right now. Europe West, not even including Europe Nordic East, has 3.49 million. So one of the reasons why Korea and Europe and China dominate other regions like NA is because they have many multiples of more players playing. So when there's 2 times as many players playing in Europe, right, not even including Europe Nordic East, which I'm sure there's a lot of duplicate accounts and stuff like that, here, but you got another 1.4 million in Europe Nordic East. It's not really a surprise. If you're wondering why, China unfortunately has like 20 different servers, and so there's not really, and they're like all weird and private, so there's not a way to like look this up, but obviously we can do it with like Korea and Europe. So go to Oceania, and Oceania is actually one of the smallest servers in all of League. Very, very small. It's got 189,000. To put it into perspective, Brazil's getting bigger, almost the same size as NA. NA was at like 1.5 million. Brazil's at 1.2 million. So Brazil is one of the reasons why Brazil is starting to like compete with NA and take series off of NA is because their player base is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. League is really growing there. And as a result, they're going to start being much better, than they have been in the past compared to a region like NA. And NA's player base is falling off. I mean, we've gone through this before, but NA was at like 2 million and stuff like that in years past. So TLDR, NA has less players than it used to. Brazil has more. That's why Brazil is starting to be competitive. Oceanic players, no offense, unless they're an exceptionally gifted player, are a joke because they're coming from a region with 10 times fewer players. And so challenger players in Oceania are like significantly worse than challenger players in even NA, let alone Korea or EU. Now, if they come to NA and they're, hitting the tops of challenger in NA, all props to them. They're obviously just good players. But I think that there are a lot of Oceanic players that are very overrated. I think it's a very overrated server. It's just one of the least populated, worst servers that there is. I mean, even compare it to like Latin America. Let's see what we've got going on. So we've still got Latin America North and Latin America South. There's 736,000 on Latin America North. So there's 7 times as many players, not exactly 7 times as many, but there's, 180,000 to 700 and something thousand. There's like 3, 4, 5 times as many players on Latin America North as there are on Oceania. And that's not even including Latin America South, right, which has got another 700,000. So Oceania is like on Japan levels of like the least populated servers. Even Japan has 273,000, but a lot of those aren't, Japanese players, a lot of Chinese and Korean accounts on there as well. So maybe Japan is less populated in terms of Japanese players, but still that's more competitive, obviously, with the Chinese and Koreans that do play there. It's still more competitive than Oceania. So Oceania, I have no reservations in saying, is the least competitive server in all of League of Legends. So that's number one. Number two is ping matters a lot for getting better and competing and stuff like that, and NA's ping is a mess. One of the big trends that you probably have seen is that all of the pro players used to come out of the Bay Area in California, right where the LCS studio was, because that's where the server was, and all those players were playing on super low ping. Also, there's like a bigger gaming culture on the West Coast. A lot of Asians are into League as a cultural thing, and there are a lot more Asian people in like California and Seattle than there are, frankly, in like Iowa. And I mean, I don't know if this is a shock to you, but this is just the reality of the situation, right? So look, Asian people tend to play more League. People like me, they tend to play more Call of Duty and Counter-Strike and PUBG. It just is what it is. That's the way that it is. You can either accept that as fact, or you can, close your eyes and ignore the facts around you. So that's how it goes. And so they were dominating and becoming the top players and going pro. When they decided to move the server to Chicago, because there's a huge population of people on the East Coast who couldn't really play League or get into it because it was like 100 ping if you were in Florida, New York, or whatever. When they moved the server to Chicago, people who were living in Seattle and in California went from playing on like very low ping. Like if you were in California in the Bay Area, you were on like 8 ping like on Korea. one of the reasons why Korea has an advantage is they have a very small country geographically, and so everyone's playing on like 8 or less ping. Whereas like only people in California can enjoy that before, and once they moved the server to Chicago, now the people in California, well, I don't know, I haven't been in California, but the people in California are probably playing on like well, in Seattle we went from like 20 ping to like 60. They probably went from like 8 to 60 or something like that. And so it was really bad. And so a lot less players came out of California. Now all the best collegiate teams and all the best upcoming players are coming out of the Midwest. They're coming out of Michigan, Iowa, Wisconsin. You know, the road through Challenger runs through Missouri, as Tyler One likes to say. It's the Midwest is dominating. And why is the Midwest dominating in solo queue? It's because of the server location, which is really important. Maybe like in gold, it's not that big of a deal, but I think it's pretty important at all levels. You have to understand that the game just operates differently when you're playing on 8 ping versus when you're playing on even just 60 ping, which like feels normal and playable to a lot of people. The reality is that when you are on 8 ping, the way that you use your abilities changes. There are certain interactions between champions and trades in the way that you win or lose a matchup that literally just change based on you having 8 ping versus having 60. So maybe I'm thinking about using Braum to cancel an ability, and on 60 ping it would just be too slow, too inconsistent to actually conceivably like try to use that to cancel an ability properly. But on 8 ping, it's like easy and consistent to do that, and so I'm able to be a much higher level player. So ping is really important, and you know, the population around your ping center is also really important. And NA, you know, obviously America, notoriously one of the most spread out, sparsely populated country in terms of landmass and geography that there is. And if anything, it was better just in terms of developing competitive players to have one of the most populous states like California all be on 8 ping, because you know, you're better off if you just want to develop the most top tier players, dropping the server in the middle of New York City or dropping the server in the middle of LA, you know, or something like that. Even dropping the server in the middle of Dallas or something like that is much better than like putting it in Chicago. And then, okay, you have like a small metro area around Chicago and like some cornfields out there that are trying to play. And it's like, yeah, everyone has like mediocre ping. So great. Now New York has 60 ping, and then, you know, and Seattle has 60 ping. We're not developing any good talent from that. And there's very few people, few and far between, who are sitting here in Wisconsin and Iowa and Michigan who are like playing and developing into great players. So it is what it is. So these are some problems that NA struggles from as a region, and why some regions in general perform better than others. Now, that's not to say that there aren't other factors as well. Like, there are definitely cultural factors and like just skill and improvement and things like that, work ethic and things that matter as well. So like, I would obviously argue that like, you know, the deep and long history of esports in Korea has led to their organizations being much more stable, run much more well in most cases, and they're pretty good at identifying talent and creating good coaching staffs and things like that. I think that the way that they coach, I mean, it's kind of a broad statement, but I think the respect that they have for their elders and things like that makes coaching a lot easier and more effective there. I think that the players just practice and work an insane amount of hours compared to players in NA who don't like that lifestyle or don't see it as necessary as Korean players do. So there are things like that that matter as well, but that's only adding on top of the fact that the Korean players are better mechanically and coming from a larger pool of players, so that the players who make it professionally are just better. So you have all those factors working against it, right? So with that out of the way, understanding the different region strengths, let's look at the rosters that we have here in Tier 2 to see what's going on with that. So what are the best teams here? Let's just start with that. So the absolute best teams here were Supernova. Oh no, it actually ended up being Luminosity and Conviction, right? That qualified, but Supernova was first during the regular season. So maybe I'd put Supernova as third or something like that, and then like maybe Dark Zero, depending on where they finish. Let's pull up the playoffs here. And then I'm just, for the sake of this list and keeping it shorter, I'm not going to consider these guys. And it looks like, you know what? It looks like the Latin American North players and the Brazilian players do not have residency. Do Latin America North... I should put Latin America North players have LTA residency. Because I don't see it in the residency page. Yes, Latin American North players have LTA residency. So this was part of the complicated rule set around this. I think we actually looked at this for something with Academy. So there's kind of a weird rule, and we can see it here, I think, with these two teams. Very weird rule. Basically, it was something like... So get this. It's like you can have a team like this, right? They've got 3 players. Is this the same virus? Played on... There's no way, right? No. Okay. I was just wondering. I knew a guy named Virus, and this was a different guy. But anyways, so I believe the rule is you can have 3 players as long as they're from the same region. So, for example, you can build a team like... I don't know how this team works then. Maybe it was 2 and 1 is allowed plus imports. Basically, you have to have 2 players from a region that's a region in LTA North, if that makes sense. I think Brazil is separate for the Brazilian League and the LTA South. So let me put it this way. If you have, like... Yeah, I think it actually applied between Canadian and American players, too. It's like if you have 2 Canadian players and 1 American player, then you had 3 players who were NA residents, right? You were like primarily an American team with like 1 Canadian player. Luckily, the numbers work out, right? That like, well, if you had 2 American players and 2 Canadian players, you just have, you know, more resident players than you need anyways. And, you know, if you flipped it around and you had... I don't even remember the example I gave, but if it was it 2 American and 1 Canadian, if you had 2 Canadian and 1 American, like those are the only combinations you can even end up with. So it was basically saying that the country matters, but you only need 2 players from the same country, or something like that, where you needed 2 players from the same region within NA. So it could be like 2 Canadian players and an American player, or like it could be, you know, 2 Mexican players plus somebody else, or like in this case they have 3. It could be in this case I think Peru and Chile, they could have like 2 Latin American players plus their 2 imports plus 1 NA player, and so they get, you know, they get this team. Oh, we got Summit here still playing in NA. I think he even has NA residency, actually, so that helps as well. Maybe this is actually considered in a weird way. Maybe this is considered 2NA, like, and these guys are... I don't even know. But it doesn't really matter. All this is going to change next year anyways. The point is that I was thinking about whether I should consider Latin American teams and their players as a part of this, and I'm going to say no. However, I think Summit, I mean, it would be worth thinking about Summit, because Summit like played on Team Liquid before he came. He played on Cloud9 before he came over to NA. I think he was one of the players with NA residency. This is definitely a player who, like, if I was being really comprehensive here, we would want to write down at least somewhat separately and say, and then you have like Winsome here as well as like straight up an American player. These are players that like you would have to be really careful, because you'd miss them if you didn't look at this, if you didn't at least look at this. And there might be more in the LRN. So who are all the players here? Do we have more NA players stuck in here somewhere? So all these guys are Mexican and Colombia. We have Enthralled. I mean, so we might want to write some of these guys down, actually. There's even a Brazilian player here. Not that that matters to us. So we need to know, like, Summit, Winsome. I'm just going to write these down real quick. So from LRN, you have Summit, Winsome, Summit. Oh, he has an E at the end of his name. Might even want to pay attention to someone like Ghost. But I don't know that I care if he's just straight up an import. I would care more if he has NA residency, and I don't think somebody like Ghost has NA residency. You've got like Jelly 1 from Korea. Well, I don't think I care. I would write down Enthralled. Oh, I did put an E at the end of Winsome's name. So I don't know where you would put these people. I mean, these guys might just be trolling in order to come here and play on these teams. I mean, where does Zeus finish? Are they Z5? I mean, they beat Lion Academy, not LAN Academy. And then they got eliminated. But also, this team went really far. Was that just it? No. They came here. Oh, they beat Lion Academy again. So they beat Lion Academy 5-1. I mean, that's not bad. Why am I paying attention to this team again? Oh, because I wanted to know anything about Enthralled. Well, let's just open up his profile. You know, at least I know Winsome. I know Winsome. I know Summit. I don't know anything about Enthralled. So tell me a little bit about Enthralled. Polestars. Okay, he'll come up again probably because he's simultaneously on Milk Esports, which is a tier 3 like open qualifier team that I think was competitive, and he's simultaneously on the Latin American team, which is actually pretty crazy because we had a whole nother thing come up about, like, this was actually a whole thing that came up, which was just kind of a mess in the open qualifier. Was, I think people were asking about it because of this player. But people were asking, like, the LRN is like a tier 1 league for Latin America. And what people were asking is, hey, can someone like Enthralled, who is a tier 1 Latin America player, play in the open qualifier to qualify into tier 2 in NA? Because he's basically smurfing, and, like, should he really be allowed to do that when he's a tier 1 player in another region? Like, can we just bring in anybody at that point? Like, what's to stop us from just, let's say, bringing in a whole LRN roster? I mean, the whole point is they're trying to qualify for the NALCS in the first place, right? So what's to stop another LMQ situation where you bring in, like let's take the team that finished first, right? SDM Tigers. What's to stop SDM Tigers from having participated at the same time as they're playing in LRN? They could have also played in the open qualifier in NA, which was held remotely. They could have also participated in that and then qualified for Academy or Challenger Series in NA. I should stop calling it Academy. They could have qualified for the Challenger League in NA and then even had a shot at promoting over Disguise. So they could have gotten into the same tournament 2 times at the same time according to the rules because they made it here. So Estral Esports could have gotten in here, but they could have also gotten in by winning the NACL. So are they just allowed to do both? How does that even work? You know? So, and I don't know. So that was a weird situation that was not, I mean, there was just no rule about it. They just let this guy play, by the way, in the open qualifier. I mean, I could go here. I think that, what did they do? They didn't qualify in the open qualifier. So he just played bot lane for an open qualifier team, and they lost, but, you know. So he'll come up again probably with Milk Esports. But anyway, so I know the guy. He's, I guess, I mean, it's weird that he's playing in Latin America North, but I guess I would say that he would be, like, as far as rating him. So this is a bot laner. This is a support, right? And Summit's top. We'll just put Latin American North, or I guess we'll call it LRN. I'm just going to call it Latin America North. I'm going to put this in brackets so that we know that this is like not really the team name, but that this is like something else going on, to draw attention to it, like the sub thing. So we just know that, like, okay, we got these random players as well, right? Like out here, and we'll think about that. And then we've got our tier 2 players, so we should probably just add our tier 2 players before we keep yapping and yapping and yapping forever. Okay, so here's our LTA North. We'll close his profile. We'll rate the players later, obviously. We got the promotion tournament. We already looked at that. We already looked at LRN. So here are all of the teams. Then for split 2, pulled up here. This is a playoffs, so we want to look, yeah. Oh, no. NACL split 2. Split 2 playoffs. Yeah, so I want the whole split, including the 2 teams that were like at the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna start with the oh, that's why we pulled out the playoffs. So we wanted to see who did the best. I mean, can we see results straight up here? Fortunately not. Okay, so we can just start here or whatever. I hope the rosters haven't started to change. That might be annoying. Okay, so number 1 was Luminosity. So let's take a look at Luminosity's roster. It makes a lot of sense too. I think we said it's just 5 former pro players. So Luminosity, right? We have Fake God, Tomio, Insanity, Tactical, Zazel. And this is just top jungle, mid, blah, 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 and this is just Luminosity. Okay, then we've got Conviction. So what happened to the teams that like finished top here? So what happened to Supernova in their playoff run? So they lost to Blue Otter and were eliminated. So they lost to Blue Otter twice and were eliminated. So Blue Otter third place team is just like clearly third, and then Supernova is just like clearly fourth. And then you have like DZ and Dog. And it's kind of hard to say between the two. I guess you would put Dog, because they played each other and Dog won. Whatever. Dorado. That's Dorado. Okay. So we're just gonna go then with Conviction. which is obviously TF Blade up there in the top lane. Parry jungle. I'm probably going to get some spelling wrong, but we get the concept. Is this cat evolved? Yeah. I'm going to... It's like he put evolved, but I'm going to put cat evolved because I'll recognize the player better. Viper. Stunt. You know, Stunt from back in the day. Boom. Okay. Then we've got, after that, we're putting Blue Otter. So, Quacker. Wait, they've got like multiple subs here, so we're going to have to figure that out as well. I think I'm seeing here that it's showing Array and Kira or whatever, Kryra, as the guys that were actually playing. What flag even is that? Cambodia. That's cool. Okay, so we got Quacker, and this is Blue Otter. I'm going to put blue. Can't be bothered. Quacker. This is not... Is that spelled right? Apparently it is. And then the like main jungler was Kryra. But they had a substitute jungler. And he was Lojez. Mid. Oops, did I screw this up? Samikin. I mean, do we know why is he listed as... It's very confusing, right? Residency, NA, just born in Cambodia. So he has residency here, I guess, is the point. Whereas, like, if I go to some of these, they're not even bothering with any imports here. But if I went to, like, the LRN thing, we closed it. I can't be bothered. We'll find a Korean at some point and see if it, you know, if it says no residency or whatever. Okay, so he's an NA resident. It's confusing with a lot of NA, like, Asian people because, like, you have a lot of people, ton of people, all my friends are, like, Asian Americans. And it's very confusing because in a lot of cases they could be born in Korea or born in China or, you know, or wherever, but they spent, like, their entire childhood and life in the United States. Like, my mom, for example, was born in Korea, but, you know, she grew up in the US. So it's like you wouldn't really consider that player like a Korean resident when they, like, barely even speak the language, if at all, and they grew up the entire time. So I don't have any problem with calling, like, you know, Korean Americans, Chinese Americans, anything like that. Obviously, they're NA residents if they grew up here the majority of their time. But that can just be very confusing because when you have, like, a player who spent 18 years in China until they came to college for 1 year in the US, that's not an Asian American who's, like, an NA resident for League. And you need to make a distinction there about what is and what isn't for specific competitive rules. Whereas, like, if you've got someone who was, like, obviously just born in America, like, duh, they're American. But then you've got, like, people who are like, okay, they've been born in Korea or China, they lived there until they were, like, 10, but then they came to NA, or, you know, it's the only region they've ever known or competed in. This is, like, their first actual competitive region. And, like, you would say that they spent a significant chunk of their time or, like, had residency outside of League, like they had residency to be allowed to live in the United States properly, then, like, those players, you know, would be, like, a bigger question, but they would be, like, for most part considered NA residents, and that's how the rules work. So like that's fine, that's whatever. It's just it's confusing because you have a lot of differences there between like a full-on Korean import versus a Korean kid coming to college here. And so when I look at a picture, I don't know, right? Like I don't know whether Samikin from Cambodia is like was born in Cambodia and he lived there for like a year until he was 1 year old. I don't know if he's like came to college here and he's been here for like a year. I don't know if he like doesn't even live here and they've just imported him to play in academy or something like that. Like you don't know from the picture, you have no idea. So that's why you have to, see whether they're a resident or not. Anyways, Samikin, Chrome, Array, and Rovex. So Array was the guy who was actually playing. Rovex is a really good support player in my opinion. Like pretty decent. Compared to me, he's a pretty decent support player. Let's see. This guy's really good in solo queue, from my opinion. But honestly, the really good solo queue players I probably haven't even played against yet. So something could be said about that. So maybe he's not as good as I think that he is. He's been pretty good in the games he played against me, though, that's for sure. Okay, Chrome. Chrome is like a sub 80 carry. Subs are going to be really hard to rate, especially for some of these top teams, like when you've got like Gakgos, whatever, what is his name again? Yeah, Gakgos. Like it's really going to be hard to rate some of those players because like there's very limited footage of them playing when they're like a sub for a main team like that, and you don't really know, like, at least we have some, but like you have something to go off of at least. But it can be really hard because if the player's a sub, you don't have a lot of gameplay footage to go off of, and it can be really tough to even know like whether this player is a tremendously good player or not. Like how do you judge them, because they're not like competing in tier 2, they're surrounded by a really good team compared to them as a player if they were even to step in. Like it's kind of hard to know where a lot of sub players land in a lot of cases. Okay, so we've got Blue Waters down, and then I think next after Blue Waters we had Supernova here based on their 4th place finish in playoffs, and they had a really high regular season finish at first. So Supernova, which is Dardok's team, we should be familiar with this guy. Hoarder and X-Royal, and it looks like we can see here again who was the main people. So I know like a couple people here, like Scary Jerry is I believe Ohio State player, and I'm a Michigan player, and so we can't be supporting those Ohio State guys. Scary Jerry. So we got I make fun of and also beat the Ohio State players in every single solo queue game I've ever played. I never lose versus them. But okay, Hoarder, also the Michigan players, because I don't like them either. I actually don't like the Ohio State players or the Michigan players. Woohoo. But anyways, okay, so we got Hoarder, Dardok. Let's just try to... There's a lot of subs here, so I think, again, kind of annoying roster. Hoarder is like the main top laner, but then we've got like top sub. And it was like X-Royal. Oops. Shoot, I'm washed up. Hoarder, X-Royal, Dardok, obviously. Dardok's an amazing player, I'll tell you that. A Blaze Olive. I think it would be content to see him get another shot in LCS, but I think it's not happening anytime soon. Okay, A Blaze Olive, Scary Jerry. I mean, the thing is that when you take a player who takes, like, I empathize with them a lot. When you take a player who, like, takes the game really seriously, Breezy is, okay, we have to talk about Breezy. Breezy is the best support player in solo queue right now in NA, bar none. He's the rank 1 support player. I don't mean like rank 1 on the ladder, but he's like, I think he hovers like rank 7 or something like that as a support player, and he's the highest rated solo queue support player in NA. So I don't understand how Breezy is not like really, really high up. He's also performing well in Academy, and he's an NA resident. So I don't understand how Breezy's not on an LCS team. Maybe we'll see it next year, but like, I mean, if we go back to like the LCS players that are on this list, right? Let's take a look. I would replace Ayla with Breezy. I would replace Seos with Breezy. I would not replace Vulcan, Core JJ, or Huhi. I would replace Isles with Breezy. I would replace Lions with Breezy. But they might not be able to because their team is made up of like certain Latin American region. I mean, and then these teams are just like LG and Supernova and Conviction and Blue Waters. Like, they're all just at the same place anyways. So, I mean, there's not really a point in getting Breezy. And like, Zazel's good, Stunt is good, Rovex is good. They're not like bad. I mean, maybe you would replace Rovex, right? Maybe you would replace Stunt if they're washed. Well, Stunt would be washed. I don't know about Rovex. I wouldn't necessarily replace Zazel with Breezy. That would be like a side grade / like maybe it's an upgrade, but like why? It's like an upgrade has to be a big enough upgrade that it's worth shaking up your roster and not keeping the same people together, because there's a lot to be gained from keeping the same people together. And one of the biggest problems in esports, actually, especially, is that the rosters change way too much, like way more than they should. They don't allow players to have time to develop together as a unit. And if you're just going to side grade players, there's not a reason to be changing a roster. It's better to let the players develop than to side grade. And so another way that these like bottom tier LCS teams that aren't willing to pay money to win right now because the economics aren't good. So if you're 100 Thieves, if you're Shopify, if you're Disguised, if you're Dignitas, if you're a Lion, one of the ways that you can eke out an advantage is by keeping the same roster together instead of shaking things up when you're already not shelling out for the best players you can get anyways, rather than making side grades. Now, that being said, because you have to get better, if you can get a good upgrade, you should take a good upgrade. So a lot of these are the same teams I just said Breezy would be a better support on. But that's because I think he would actually be that much of an upgrade. But it's like, the thing that's complicated about it is it's easier to stick together when you already have good players who are having success. So like, it's easier for 100 Thieves and for Shopify, even though they're like lower budget or medium budget teams, is easier for them to stick their roster together, like to stay together as a roster when they're having moderate success. Whereas like, if you're like Lion or Disguise, I mean, Disguise even had moderate success. If you're like Dignitas, it's like, you know, sure, we'd like to keep the players together, but if we keep all of these players who suck together, then we're just going to suck. It's like, I look at Dignitas, and no offense to any of the players on this team, but the only good player on Dignitas is Shaden, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, maybe I'd need to learn more about these players. Again, we have to get into stats and more film and stuff like that. I'll be the first to admit, I do not watch every single LTA North game. I do not know. Some of these players I've played against in solo queue before, some of them I haven't. Should I base all of my, statements off of a few solo queue games? Absolutely not. I'm basing it off of the games that I've seen, what I know about the players, their achievements, results, how the team performed, and the other stuff. And like I said, it is very important, especially at an organization level, to look more into the gameplay and the stats. And if I'm interested, when we start putting this list and moving pieces around, I will dive into some film, because there is some blabber film that is absolutely worth reviewing, because I mean, it is something. You know, and I don't know. There's one of the main things. Anybody could put an easy list together. I'm just copying names off of Wikipedia, right? But like, so this list is like interesting because it's sparked a lot of discussion, but it's not like the be all end all. We haven't even started sorting anything yet, other than based off of like their last playoff results or something like that. And that's no way to rank every single player based on their team's playoff results. One of the things I feel like I would be good at contributing is taking a look at the gameplay on some of these players maybe I haven't taken a close look at, or I haven't seen a ton of, and saying, okay, this or that or that. But I know, you know, and I'm not just overweighting solo queue. I know from experience playing versus Breezy, and also experience like seeing his performance in solo queue, and I know solo queue is not the same thing as competitive, but like, we'll get into this. One thing that is worth noting is, take the open qualifier, for example. The open qualifier was seeded based off of just solo queue results, right? Just based off of solo queue rating, basically. It was based on, it was kind of a weird thing because they said it was based off of MMR or whatever, and they don't have access to that. So what we assumed they did is they like averaged your like the rank of like the players in your past 20 games or something like that to get like your average rank, even if you were a little bit lower or had decayed or something like that. It could help you out. But basically the point is that the seeding was based off of solo queue results. And the reality is that even basing off of solo queue results, the top 3 teams were all the top 3 seeds. So you think that like maybe solo queue doesn't matter, but as a predictor, when it came to the open qualifier, like, and the open qualifier is a little bit different. It's a little bit less competitive compared to playing in Academy or playing in the LCS. But I'm telling you, like, solo queue matters a lot, and your raw skill at the game matters a lot. And when teams are shuffling around so much anyways, where they're trading rosters at least 2 times a split, or 2 times a year, I mean, you know, when there's that much roster turnover and lack of continuity and practicing together as a team, honestly, all that matters is individual skill. And then you come together, and if you're a bunch of good individual players, unless you have catastrophic personalities or the coaching staff and drafting is a disaster, like if you draft good players or you put good players on your team, you will perform well most of the time. There are exceptions to that, but if you put good players on your team, you will win, obviously. Like, we're not trying to find some secret formula for how we can get like bad players to win or anything like that. We don't need to do that. We can just pick good players. So I'm telling you, like, Breezy should not be on, like, what team are we on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, Breezy is the best support player in NA solo queue. He should not be on the 12th best team in NA. Okay, that's a joke, right? It's like, okay, but maybe that'll shake up differently you know, next year. Maybe he'll get onto an LCS team. We'll see. But anyway, so let's keep going here. Okay, so we had Scary Jerry. Where were we? Scary Jerry and Breezy. Blaves, Olive. So was I missing something here? Was there a sub? There must be another sub in here. Scary Jerry, Breezy. No, there wasn't. We just had the 6. So it's just like this. Okay, then behind Supernova in the playoffs, I think we talked about this. We had Dog, and then which is Dorado, and then we had Dark Zero. I would put after that. So we're gonna do Dorado. I'm going to call them Dorado instead of Dog. And then we're going to have Dark Zero. Maybe it would be easier if I just wrote out the team names first and then I can go move them down or whatever. Dog, Dark Zero. Then we had WU, which was Winthrop. Just lost. They're a good college team, but they just lost everything. Every playoff game that they played. So Dark Zero just outperformed Winthrop. Then you have Citadel, who almost lost everything, but they got 1 game. It doesn't really matter, but I guess we put, do we have Dark Zero? Yeah, we have Dorado, Dark Zero. It doesn't really matter, but we have something like Citadel and then Winthrop, or Winthrop and then Citadel. Okay, so something like this, right? So let's put these to the side for a second so we can copy paste these down. Hopefully it's simple with Dorado, isn't it? It's going to be a nice simple. Do we have? Yeah, we got that right. Okay, so who was on Dorado? No subs, thank goodness. Ariana, Kaido, Shochi, Sushi, and Mixture. Mixture I'm familiar with as well. I don't quite remember from what. Maybe solo queue? Maybe back in 2023 when he was looking for a team or something, but I don't think so. Maybe just solo queue then. Maybe I've ran into Mixture and solo queue as well. Okay, so anyways, that's Dorado. Let's just get these names down. And then Dark Zero is next. So what do we got for Dark Zero? K. Okay, they have standard as well. Oops. And then it was like Kizno. K, Kizno. Toasty. Sajed. And Zico. Zico is like the greatest. He's the best Pike player in NA in solo queue by far. And this guy's a beast in solo queue as well. So I hate playing it. Like Zico and Rovex, I've played probably the most so far of these support players in solo queue. Holy moly, I hate playing against these people. I'd say I beat both of them before though, but that's just solo queue, right? Like I'd say that Zico is, I might not even be, maybe it's Zyko. I may not even be saying his name right. This Pike player, Pyko, whatever we want to call him, this guy is like, when I first got into like GM and Challenger territory, I had to play this guy so many times. And I think the first 3 games or something that I played him, he beat me really bad. And then it was a breakthrough moment in the way that I played the game when I figured out how to beat this guy's Pike. I remember very specifically what I did. He was just out roaming me every game, and I'm playing Braum, and I'm like, how do I out roam a Pike on Braum? It's impossible. And it just came down to like, I could recall and move early, and I made like an early roam, played a mid before he could possibly be there, and we like killed mid, we got grubs, he couldn't play. I shut down his roam opportunity by being there first, and it was just, I just like scuffed my bot lane situation and like got tempo forcibly, and I just out roamed him, and it worked, and we got a nice early lead, and then we won, and then it was fine. But it wasn't even his laning. It's just that like these low elo other players like don't know how to deal with the enemy support being able to roam when you can't. Like your waves into your tower, you need to be gathering XP and stuff like that. You're playing a champion like Braum that's maybe not as mobile, not as good at making plays happen when he does roam, so it's not as worth it for you to roam. XP is really valuable on Braum. He scales really well, and yet we're just like not playing around the fact that Pike is missing at all. Maybe I need to ping more. Okay, so yeah, he's pretty good. I don't know how much I played against Breezy. Probably not very much because he's so much higher than me. But Breezy is also very... I mean, I think I played against him a couple of times, and I would be very scared if I see him in solo queue. Like, way more than Rovex or Zico or whatever. And Rovex, I actually feel like I beat quite a decent amount, to be honest. And I think it's just a champion pool diff too. Like, I think he plays a lot of Rel, and my Braum does pretty well into his Rel. But it's another thing where, like, I learned from playing against this player, like, how to play Braum versus Rel better. Because a lot of times in the beginning, he's, like, very good player. His Rel is really strong, and so even for a Braum, it's, like, difficult to deal with. But I think that we got to a point where honestly, there have been times where I've been happy to see that I'm against Rovex, because I know it's going to be, like, a high-quality game, high-quality laning phase, and I know that I can beat him. So, but he's very good. So props for that. And he, probably better overall player than I am by far. I'm just, just starting to get up there, and I have a lot of improvement and stuff that I need to do as a player. So it is what it is. I mean, we can put myself down here at the bottom, but we're working on it. We'll see in the next year or two. But it's kind of interesting and motivating to see this, part of the reason why I'm doing the list. Okay, so we got Dark Zero on there, very familiar with their support. Don't really know about the other people. I mean, Kisno and Toasty sound sort of familiar. Maybe I've ran into them in solo queue, but not enough to remember anything. Obviously, I'm going to remember more about the supports having played directly versus them. 80 carries, too. Okay, so we have Citadel next. Who's on Citadel? Make it 5. Citadel was... Yeah, they just have 5. Philip, Kenvi. Oh, we know Kenvi, of course. Philip, Kenvi. So Kenvi is a very good jungler. The rest of the people on his team, I have, like, no idea who they are. But, like, Kenvi is a very good player. It's like there used to be a different guy named Diamond, right? Are we talking about, like, a different guy? I'm, like, so steeped in, like, the history of League that I'm thinking of, like... that's not what we're looking for. Is it just Diamond Procs? I think... Oh, it is maybe Diamond Procs. Yeah, it's just Diamond Procs. I don't know why. I thought it was Diamond. But, yeah. Okay, so can we... Bradley, Instinct, Diamond. Bradley, Instinct... The other thing is I'd probably recognize a lot more of these players once we get into, like, obviously if you're scouting, you put, like, their username in solo queue and, like, their op.gg or multiple username, multiple op.ggs. And I would recognize a lot more of these players if I had, like, this, I don't know, this guy is, like, KenV9, right? But he's KenV over here, right? Like, or, like, Evolved is, like, I'm like, is that Cat Evolved? And it's Cat Evolved, right? It's like, so you got to know some of that too. Like, it may be the case that Bradley is actually like a completely, I would assume that that is like a completely different name than this guy's name in solo queue. Let's see about that. Freeze. Bradley, no, it's just Bradley. Never heard of the guy. My bad. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Okay, then we got Winthrop. Is the last, like, tier 2 team, what is it, in the playoffs, though. But then there were 2, well, we'll get into that, actually, in a second here. That would be CCG and Vancouver Impact. So we'll go to the, that'll be the next thing we'll go to and take a look at that. Because I'm not going to go through most of the open qualifier teams. We're just going to look at, like, the top couple that qualified. So we're really going to look at the promotion tournament between the bottom 2 NACL teams and like the top couple of open qualifier teams, as well as you will just look through the bracket and see if there was anything worth noting, any players, any teams worth noting, anything like that. But Winthrop, really quickly, we're getting close. This is where we're going to get to the fun part and we actually get to start ranking people or something like that, or moving things around a little bit. That'll be fun. So we've got like Winthrop, and they have Denethor, Wilson, Sword. Is this the same Sword that we're thinking of? It must be, right? Maybe not. No. No, it's not. I think, again, I might be thinking of like Sword Art from Taiwan, because this guy was born in Taiwan, but he has NA residency. Looks like he's been playing in the NA kind of up-and-coming academy scene and college stuff for a while now, so kind of impressive that he's been, well, maybe not actually. It's just a mid laner, another mid laner swap to support to try to get in, and he's back to mid lane, I guess. I was going to say it's impressive that he moved from support to mid lane, but he moved from mid lane to support back to mid lane. Okay, so we got Sword. And where were we? Mobility. And only 35. So he does not have NA residency, by the way. How old is this guy? 25? He's not 30. Okay. I was just wondering because of the username. Okay, so then we have Winthrop, and then we'll see CCG and Vancouver Impact in the promotion tournament. So 2026 NACL Split 1 promotion. So this is the tournament where you have 4 teams from the open qualifier who qualified, which were Apex Mission Impossible, Cupid Esports, Zenshi, and Lotus. So these were the top 4 teams from the open qualifier, and then you had CCG and Vancouver Impact coming out of the NACL. So these were the bottom 2 NACL teams, and obviously, as you can see here from the results, Apex Mission Impossible ended up qualifying for the NACL from the open qualifier, knocking Vancouver Impact out of the NACL, and CCG managed to retain their spot. So, you know, we're going to go here and probably put like CCG, then Apex Mission Impossible, and then I guess we actually had even Cupid, something like that. But we're going to rank these teams here as well. And then we might open up, if this brings us to the open qualifier, which it does. Well, they finally made a page for it. I'm kind of curious, so are we in here? I hope not. Oh, God. Okay, cool. There's no page for the team. Wonderful. Okay, so here's... this is the team that I was substitute support for. Prosperity, seed number 9. But thank God nobody's made the page and connected it to my Leaguepedia. I didn't do anything. I don't want to be involved. That's fine. I mean, not that I don't want to be involved. I shouldn't say that. But, like, it was interesting to watch and to get more interested in this. But, I don't want to be, like, saying that I'm starting my competitive career and associated with their placing in the open qualifier when I had nothing to do with it. So leave me out of it on Leaguepedia, please. But yeah, I mean, the players and people are fine, whatever. This was a Milk Esports thing. Why were we looking at Milk Esports? Oh, because of their AD carry was enthralled. It doesn't look like their AD carry was enthralled. Maybe it was for a different thing, like an older one. Where is enthralled in here? I wonder if there's like anything worth noting about... Oops. Shoot. Oh, it kept them all open. Cool. I wonder if there's any players in here at all that are worth noting. And it'd probably be good... Oh, do we have a bracket? Great, we have a bracket. This bracket's such a mess, though. I don't even want to attempt to decipher it. I've looked at this bracket a lot, but... Okay, so we had, like... I think it's better to look at the page that I have than this bracket. I think the page that I have access to is much more... makes much more sense than this. I mean, there's some people in here you could probably recognize, like Duo King, Prosciutto. I'm just kind of opening this up to see if there's any players of note. And I don't know, you know, a lot of... So I'm not saying these were the best players or anything like that by far. Yeah, see, a Brazilian team tried to sneak in here, by the way. Flamingos. I'm telling you, they need to make a rule about that. Well, I was looking for Enthralled, in case he was on one of these teams. HJ, we know him. Inori, this is another good player. I mean, I don't want to just say all the players. Like Zhao Danny is a good player. I don't want to just say all of the players that I know, though. Not that I'm like friends or anything, but like just the players that I've met in solo queue, that they're good, and all the players I have no idea who they are, that they're not. And again, probably half of these people are playing under different competitive IDs. Like, I probably wouldn't play under BenTbeyondrepair. It's a pretty weird name to play competitively. I think I would go with, like, Repair is a great username for a support or something like that. You know, or Beyond. But I think that, you know, that's another name where you're like, oh, do I know this guy? Do I not know this guy, right? Oh, this is, okay, this is by seeding too, so this is cool. So then this is where you start to get into more of the players you might know. Alorum, right, is a big name. Doxa is not bad as well. Oh, this guy from solo queue. Well, this guy's from Cuba. I didn't know that about Inferno Dan. The Z-score. This guy's pretty okay. Barrick and Cupic are pretty good. This guy I know, but I don't know if he's good. Pocus. Wow, this guy was a good support player. He doesn't, he's not... He's coaching. I wonder if Pocus is interested in playing or something. What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing coaching? This guy, like, I forget where he is in solo queue right now. This guy might legitimately be, like, the second best. He was their support and then went to coaching. It's a bit strange, man. I don't know. See, you have another conflict of interest type thing going on there. But yeah, he's really good. Okay, so I think that I'm content having seen these people. I actually don't see anywhere in here, though, that I'm content with not listing most of the players, to be honest. I think that it's fine to note the players that are involved in the promotion tournament here, and then stopping at that. You know, and then I think we'll pick up on any, like, at that point we're hitting such a lower level that I think that we'll pick up on any good players from looking at, like, the top 10 or the top 30 in solo queue. When we're thinking about, like, the LCS or something like that, I think at that point we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel for, like, considering stuff. Although there are definitely obviously one-off players on some of these teams who would be really good if you had enough time to scout and stuff like that and really dive into these players more. It could be worth looking at, you know, watching as many of the open qualifier games as you can manage to get your hands on and see if there's any talent buried down there on a team or something that's stuck with some players that aren't as good. but you'd be making a real judgment call if the results aren't there. And so I don't know. I'd actually be almost more interested in solo queue past this level than I would be at looking at the teams that were like not top 4 in the open qualifier. But I mean, obviously, if you go to like team 5 and 6, there's going to be some talent there as well, right? Even beyond that. So whatever. I mean, like for example, Prosperity, which I was substitute support for, they were seed 9 and they finished worse than that, and I was their substitute support. So I mean, you got probably the top 10 teams at the tournament were somewhat talented in terms of like solo queue experience and stuff like that. But anyways, if we're looking for the best of the best, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here for NA. One thing I do like is the deeper down you get, the more actual American and Canadian players, or like Asian American players and stuff there are, even though you see like a lot of Asian flags and stuff like that. They're people who've like grown up in America, like we talked about before. So you get to know more of the like actual NA talent rather than like the Korean players that are being put on stage to play in NA and aren't performing well anyways. So that's a sort of weird conversation that needs to be had about like NA as a region and league, and the way that league is structured as a game in the first place. It's very strange that the international system for league every year is structured around on every league being its own unique different thing, but then like somehow allowing a region like NA to have one team with 3 Canadian and NA or Canadian and American players on it. It's so weird. And it's like, if we're not going to perform well anyways, and we're getting 0-6 in groups at Worlds on 3 different teams, like, can we at least send some actual NA players, Canadian and American players, to Worlds and see how they do on their own? Like, can we actually just be our own region, have our own identity, champions and play style, and instead of importing all these players and wasting the limited money that the teams do have left on imports that are not going to be that successful, can we just like actually send our talent and like actually have a regional competition? And if we're not going to have a regional competition, if that's just a farce, then like just let us, like just pick me whatever and we'll die in peace. You know what I mean? Like we'll lose in peace. But like, if we're not going to have that, then like just get rid of the rule and let the Chinese and Korean teams, forget all the other regions, right? Like why let any other region compete at Worlds other than China and Korea? Just let them fight for the, you'll just invite the top 6 Korean teams and the top 6 Chinese teams, and you'll invite the number 1 seed from Europe, and maybe if FlyQuest is lucky, you'll invite them, and that'll be Worlds, right? If you want to really make it non-regional, just about the competitive, most competitive teams out there, maybe even worse than that, right? You might just be inviting 8 Chinese teams, 8 Korean teams, and that's Worlds. It's like Worlds and the way league is structured internationally has never been about just the best teams competing. It's been about regional competition. So anyways, let's go through this and add the last couple of teams here. Based on their performance in this promotion tournament here, we can see that we would put, looking the right thing, here we go. We would put CCG, then we would put Apex, Mission Impossible. It's weird too because we had a team Apex and LCS before. Then we would put Cupid. Then we would put, so how did this go? ZNG. So ZNG beat Cupid actually the first time around, but then lost to Cupid the second time around. That's crazy. And then they beat Lotus. So probably ZNG. And what is it? Zenshi. I'm going to call him Zenshi. I don't know what ZNG is. And then Lotus. Well, Lotus just lost to both. But so did Vancouver Impact. It doesn't really matter. So we have some order between Vancouver Impact and Lotus. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to put him. And then beyond that, were there any teams other than that, or did we get all of them now? I think we got them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's all the teams that were participating. So we're just going to throw these rosters on here real quick. So number 1 for CCG, we had Crimson, Music, Young, Shogo, and Faithgan. Crimson, Young, Music, Young, Shogo, and Faithgan. I believe this is correct. Let me just double check that. Crimson, Music, Young, Shogo, Faithgan. Okay, then next we had the qualifying Apex Mission Impossible with Decoy, Low Jazz. Didn't we see him somewhere else? Maybe we went through... Maybe I just saw him in the... Retro Zing. I thought it was retroizing. Baz and Protoss. Or Protoss? I don't know. Probably Protoss from StarCraft. Okay. And then I would put... It's really weird, but I almost really want to put Pocus... Coach, question mark? Like, what is going on with that? I don't know what's going on with that, to be honest. I mean, maybe he'd come up in solo queue, so... But I'll just put it as a side note. I think that that's kind of weird. Maybe I should be looking at some of these other coaches, too. I would know more or something. I don't know. Too much. Okay, so then we have Cupid. Which includes Dr. Calculus, base name, by the way. Bio Atom. This is not Biofrost, by the way. This is a jungler. Bio Atom. Click the wrong tab. Hub and Tub. Is that a coincidence? Those are funny names to have together as a bot lane. Hub and Tub. That is funny. Will it say that they, like, one of them changed it or something? Oh, it's Baruto. I think this guy's name is Burrito. But yeah, this guy... So he must have changed it to Tubbs. Or Tub. But I know him as Burrito. Hub. Okay, cool. Then we have Zenshi. Okay, so Zenshi has Barrack, NXI, Cupic, Globby, and Kimdown. I think I'm going to close these off. Because I keep going to the wrong one. It's wasting time. Zenshi, Vancouver Impact, and then we just have that, and then Lotus. So for Vancouver Impact, they had Dragoon, Will. Is this the same Will or a different Will? Probably a different Will than I'm thinking of. I think the guy I'm thinking of, his username was Will. No, this is a different guy. So this guy, I assume, was the sub? Yeah. Okay, so they had Dragoon in the top lane. And then their actual jungler was Shimmer. And their substitute jungler slash mid laner is Will. This is the first player who's listed 2 roles, by the way, which is weird. Sudsy is their mid laner, and then they have Zev, and I think I played against Zev before, and then Nukes. Not to be confused with Nuke Duck, or I mean, there may have even been another player similar name to Nuke back in the day. Nukes, okay. And then finally for Lotus, Porsche, Chad, Robbie Bob, Chrome, and Clarice. I can't even spell Porsche. Porsche, Chad, Robbie Bob? Is it Robbie Bob? Robbie Bob, Chrome, and Clarice. So one of the things that I want to do here is we've got a great gigantic list of players. And there's really 2 things that we're missing here, which is we are missing like solo queue, and we are missing, so we're talking about like top solo queue players. We're not talking about like any old player like me who could play on some random open qualifier team, because then we'd be listing all 30 open qualifier teams, whatever, right? We're talking about like the top of the top 10, top 30 solo queue players in NA right now, something like that, headed into the end of the year. Maybe it would even be better to say like the players who finish top 30 or top 10 once we finally get to the end of this year, not even just right now, but right now is more competitive obviously than like earlier on, or like they were top 30 at some point. It's much more competitive like right now. And the later in the year you go, the more it is, and end of the year is the most meaningful. But you've got like, you could look at top solo queue players that maybe like are just choosing to not participate in the tier 2 or tier 3 scene because they'd rather hold out and wait until they're offered a chance to try out like right into the LCS. And then so you have solo queue, and then the other big one here that's the elephant in the room, like I talked about, is like retired slash like sidelined pro players. So it could be players like Double Lift, maybe not so much anymore, but obviously, yeah, like players like Double Lift, Sneaky Meteos. I don't think they have a desire to return to competitive, and so I would say if they've like officially retired, like Double Lift, Sneaky, and Meteos all have, that I just wouldn't put them on a list, because unless you know that they're planning on returning to competitive as a team, you're just not like really looking at those prospects. I mean, maybe you reach out to them if you're really desperate and you actually feel like you need them. Obviously those players are not actually the best example of this, because those players like do well streaming, and so they'd actually be hard to get. It would hard for it to make financial sense for teams. But I'm talking about, like, for example, we had like Ignor, right? Went back to Europe and like did whatever, and then like the last year he wasn't competing in 2025 at all. Said he like retired and became a coach. So that's like another player who could totally is kind of like sidelined into coaching. Well, who could come back like Dokla did on 100 Thieves, or things like that. And that's hard, right? I mean, the best way to look at it, I would say, would be to go to the last LCS split and just look at the players and look who's missing and look at why for each player. So we have top solo queue, top 10, top 30. I'm not going to think of like many years of past players because it'd be too much to go through, but I would look at like from last split, or from like last split, why are they not here? So if we go to like NA LTA North 2025 split 2 or something like that, and we go back, so now we're looking at split 2, and we look at the rosters here at that time, are there any players here that we're missing from the current roster of players, or are they all the same? So let's just go down the list and make sure we got the right players, right? So FlyQuest, we got Bwipo, Inspired, Quad, Masu, and Busio. I believe those are all the same as are currently here, plus they picked up Gakos as the sub, right? Then for 100 Thieves, you've got Sniper, River, Quid, FBI, Ayla. So this is the exact same roster as well, except Dokla obviously moved from kind of a coaching role into taking Sniper's spot in top lane, so he's listed here as well. And I guess we could put the I guess we would put the Sniper as a sub now. Okay, and then the next team we have on here is like Shopify, Fudge, Contracts, Palafox, Bvoy, and Seos. So this is also the same roster from split 2, Cloud9. And we'll do this for split 1 as well, maybe even the last split of last year, but Cloud9, I don't want to spend too long on it though. Thanatos, Blabber, Loki, Sven, and Vulcan, same roster. I think split 2 and split 3 there wasn't a lot of changes, if any, because things were so condensed. Team Liquid, Impact, Umpty, UG. What happened to Umpty? So here you go. Like, Umpty is a free agent. He's not listed on here. So this is like one that we found, right? It's like Umpty is free agent. So this was like Umpty, Jungle. Should write these the same as the other one. Team Liquid split 2. Right, so we had like Umpty and Yuji came in. And Core JJ. Okay, so that was Team Liquid, and then you have DSG, Dig, and maybe these teams had some changes, probably not, we'll see. Castle, Zayu, Abadage. Castle, Zayu, yeah, so you have like Abadage, but he moved to SK Gaming. So obviously you could consider Europe, but I'm not going to go make a whole list of all the European players. I'm not doing that, right? So we just consider, obviously you could bring in players from another region like Korea or EU, but I'm not going to make a whole list of the whole world and all the players. I'm looking at NA talent, sort of. So like Yeah, okay, so we're just not going to list Abadage because he went back to Europe. Oh, cool. Scary Jerry was actually on Disguised, and then he ended up going to Supernova. So he actually played in the LCS, and then Huhi. But he's already on this list, so we don't need to add Scary Jerry here, even though that was a difference here. So Disguised had Scary Jerry and Abadage. And then in Dignitas, we had Surdy, obviously. He's also on the list right here on Lion now instead of on Dig. And then Shaden and Keen are the same. And then Tomo and Isles are the same. And then Lion must have had a different top laner. So Licorice. Licorice is free agent. So we might want to look. Is Licorice not on the list? So we would put like Licorice here. Licorice is a top laner that is available. And he was on Lion Split 2. And then we had Odilan, Saint and Henna, and Lions. And that concludes, you know, Split 2 as far as the LCS teams are concerned. And then we can go even to Split 1. Were there any players that we dropped along the way here that are somehow not in these things? The other thing would be, like, you could look, like it says they're free agents, right, on all of those. So I assume none of those players here, I mean, we could look into these guys, right, but I assume none of them have, like, retired or anything crazy or, like, not looking for a team for one reason or another, so they're totally potential pickups. So, like, going back to Split 1, and then going back again, FlyQuest, Bwipo, Inspired, Quad, Masu, Busio is the exact same roster. 100 Thieves would be Sniper at the time, River, Quid, FBI, Ayla is the same exact roster. And then Shopify is going to be Fudge, Contracts, Palafox, Bvoy. Zazel was at support for them instead of Seos. I don't know why they would have replaced Zazel with Seos. That actually just doesn't make sense to me. How did they do? I guess they didn't do great. Yeah. I mean, I guess in some ways they did improve since getting rid of Zazel in terms of results, but I think Zazel's a better player. And again, there were a lot of supports they could have gone with over Zazel. I mean, you've got a lot of players here that we talked about, like when we start getting into this in Tier 2. So they had Zazel, Stunt, Rovex, Breezy, Mixture, Zyko. I would have personally taken, I don't know about some of those other guys, but I would have taken Breezy, who's the #1 solo queue support, Stunt, who's got a lot of competitive experience at support, unless he's totally washed, and Zazel. I would have taken those 3 support players all over Seos. But, you know, I don't know. We'd have to dive into it deeper on that one, I think. Because obviously they did have better results with Seos, but they also stuck around with him for 2 splits. So maybe if Zazel had been with the team for 3 splits, it would have been even better from Zazel. They would have had the same performance, or better, who knows. Right, and obviously, like, we're just at the results stage right now where we're looking at, obviously, like, this whole thing is ordered based on, like, results and standings of these teams rather than individual players. So we're looking at results right now, basically, instead of anything else, because we don't have anything else to go off of until we move on. We got to make a list of the players first, and we're getting the list based off of results. So, you know, then we could get into those judgments when I start trying to, like, order players around, and maybe we watch a little bit. But let's see here. So we were looking at Shopify had Zazel at that time, but Zazel's already on our list on Luminosity. So we can move on from Shopify to the next team in Split 1, which was Cloud9. What was Cloud9 looking like at the time? Thanatos, Blabber, Loki, Sven, and Vulcan. So same roster. maybe this has been good. Maybe the rosters aren't moving around as much as you've seen in the past, and I think that could be really good. Impact, Umpty, APA, Yon, Core JJ. So same team for Team Liquid in Split 1. So then we have maybe more movement on some of these bottom tier teams again. So we have Disguised again with Castle, Zayu. Abadage, obviously, we talked about, went to Europe. Scary Jerry, we have on the list, went to tier 2. So, that's fine. We've accounted for all of those players. And then Dignitas, Surdy at the time is obviously on our list because he went to Lion. Lyra is not on the list, I don't think, but it says he's retired as a player and moved to a coach. So I'm going to take him at his word for it and assume, right, that we're just not bothering looking at this player, especially since he's not an NA player. It's like whatever, right? Like if team knows something I don't and is like looking into the player, fine. But, I'm not going to go through all of the coaches, for example, and say, let's bring back Rainover or something like that. It's just too much work to go through right now for me as an individual person, just doing this as a fun experiment to see what's going on with the players and stuff like that and get a good idea of what's going on with them. Like, I'm not going to dive into everyone who's faking being a coach right now. That's a whole nother thing. Okay, so we're at Dignitas in Split 1. And we had, this was like their sub jungler / coach, Shaden, Keen, Tomo, and Isles, which is the same exact roster. And then Lion had Licorice instead of Surdy, which we accounted for, and then everything else is the same. Okay, so we've now accounted for this retired / sideline pro players, at least from this year, right? Maybe we could even go into like the split before this, because there's obviously bigger changes. So LCS 2024, there's spring, we'll jump over here to summer. Obviously there would be, these are completely different teams as well and organizations, right? So you have like completely different players. Like they figured like Armeo was, so you probably have some different people here. So let me just see. Oh yeah, so you have like Jojo Poon went to Europe, right? Where did Berserker go to? Korea, back to Korea. Figures. Okay, so like I wouldn't account for anything here because Jojo and Berserker went to another region, so we're just not thinking about cross region for our purposes right now. Obviously, you could draft the whole world, but there would be a lot to go through all of that right now. Ayla and Tomo, right, are on teams. Oh, we can just hover and see, like, Meech. Okay, Meech is a free agent, but this guy was, like, a substitute support anyways. Maybe I should put it down. Okay, so we have, like, Meech, who was, like, a bot sub for 100 Thieves in, this is 14 split 2, something like that. So you have like Meech, Quid is accounted for, River and Sniper are accounted for. We already did Cloud9. Spica is a free agent. He's just a free agent. So there you go. And this is another thing, right? By the way, so Spica is a free agent. And I'm not saying Spica is like the best jungler in the world or anything like that, but if Spica is a free agent and a resident, let's take a look at the junglers, right? Okay, Inspired, obviously really good. River, he's good. Contracts is good. Blabber is fine. I would take Spica over Yuji, Zayu, Shaden's pretty good. And Audieland. But then again, this team is like, I think they need to maintain a certain proportion of like Latin American players or something like that. So kind of a weird thing. And Spica, coming from like a pretty decent history, I think maybe would not want to accept, you know, this is what can happen sometimes. I think he might not want to accept. Well, he probably would have accepted Team Liquid, but he wouldn't want to accept Disguised Toast team. But maybe he would have. But Disguise probably stuck with a lot of people that qualified for the LCS together, and then like Team Liquid was sticking with like their Korean roster concept that failed. So maybe there just wasn't a spot for him. But yeah, like totally Spica could be on a team, and is worth noting here. So he was on Dignitas, Season 14, Split 2. Jensen even was still playing, right? And it says he's retired, right? But it's like the same thing. Like maybe he just didn't. Both of them went to Near Airport, you know. Maybe they were like interested to a certain extent in competing. You know, Near Airport was interesting. Like Double Lift was on there too. Who are they running with? It's like TF Blade, Spica, Pole Belter, Double Lift. And yeah, they had some good players. And then they had Jensen at one point in the beginning one. So they qualified with Jensen and they put Pole Belter in instead. And then he retired. That's kind of, wow, that's rough. I don't know whether to put Jensen or not. Because Jensen is the type of player who, like, I really don't know whether he's, like, seriously retired or whether he's, like, would be willing to come back. Probably for the right team, he'd be willing to come back. We have Sven, we have Isles in there. We have all these players from FlyQuest. It's the same roster. Obviously, like, Impact just retired too. So, like, we have Impact on here, but he's actually retired. So we could maybe do something like that too. I'll put, like, a note, like, that Impact just retired. So probably the next thing we'll do is, like, look at the news and see, like, did any of these players on here just, like, decide to quit? And we may not know about some of these bottom tier teams and what their players are doing. But I mean, the LTA players will know for sure if they retired or quit or whatever, went to another region. And some of that news is still going to break because the season has just come to a close, and not really because we still have Worlds, right? So for, you know, a couple of the teams it's still on. But yeah, for the rest of the 6 teams in NA or whatever, they can start seeing roster changes and stuff shake out. But they might take a little bit of a break before they get into all of that first. I don't know. Okay, so we had FlyQuest was the same. So then Immortals was a whole different team. So Castle's accounted for because he went to Disguised, but you have Armeo. Yeah, it's not accounted for. Who is a free agent jungler. See, a lot of these players are like holding out, and so he was on IMT. Mask went on to Supermassive in what? Papara Supermassive. Isn't this a Turkish team? Why does it say Korea? Oh, his residency's Korea. He's playing in EMEA. Europe situation with Turkey. Mask Tactical we have accounted for. Ole, another great support player, who's a free agent as well. And you know, it's extremely obvious too when unlike Jensen, these players aren't even saying that they're retired or anything like that. They're just saying they're a free agent. What is mid laner for Coffee Bean Clan? What is that? LRN. He failed to qualify. Wait, but he wasn't even on this roster. February through March, 12 days he was. What is that? What? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we'll just put Ole. He didn't play in LRN and not qualify. He was just he got trolled by a Latin American org for 12 days is what happened. I can already see the story writing itself there. So he was actually on Immortals in I mean, you could call it Split 3. I don't know. No, there was just spring and summer, so I'm going to call it Split 2 of Season 14. So we have Ole, Arrows, coaching. Dokla we have accounted for, contracts, Palafox, FBI, and Huhi are all accounted for on the current roster. Fake God went to Luminosity, Tomio went to Luminosity, Boogie is a free agent, but he's Korea. Does he have NA residency? Probably not. No. So, I mean, you could consider Boogie, but that's like one of the rules that I made is I'm not going to consider like non-resident players on this list right now. Insanity, it'd just be too much to go through the whole world. A Boogie, Insanity went to Luminosity, B-Voy went to Shopify, and Cecil's on Luminosity. So the old Shopify is basically just the new Luminosity. Team Liquid is same roster. So that concludes these like kind of missing former LCS players from the last like year and a bit, year and a half that are like just potentially total free agents, with the exception of like Jensen, right, and Impact are retired. And then we have a couple of Latin American North players who are really like NA players who have gone down to Latin America North, but are at the top 2 teams in Latin America North as well, I think. Or maybe it was from all of them. I think it was from all of them. So it would be worth thinking about these players as well, because these are NA players and they're just trying really hard to compete somewhere. And then, I mean, this is kind of its own tier. I don't know. We could look up what's going on with Pocus, but I don't know whether Pocus I mean, he would be way down on the list, but he's a good player. I don't know whether he intends to be coaching, but I'm not really gonna. I just put him here because I recognize the name. I'm not gonna entertain the coaches thing either because it's too many players to think about. So I wanted to see LTA North news. So LTA North 2025. So we should see actually just at the front of the Leaguepedia page, we can see news breaking when things happen. So latest news being, it's only going back to roster changes and rumors. Let's look at the dates here. Okay, so we have a lot of these changes, right? Like Rahel going to SK, Scary Jerry going from Disguised to like wherever. Umpty, Licorice, we talked about. Do we have Zamudo? I don't think we do. It says he's currently on Lion, but we looked at. Oh, he's currently on Lion Academy. Okay, never mind. We didn't look at LRN players. The Dark Wings we have. Dokla we have. Scary Jerry we have. Abadage went to Europe, so we're not paying attention. Surdy we have. Photon I think we have. And Yayo we have now on Lion, right? So, rumors. Abadage leaves disguise, join... I mean, that's not a rumor. Didn't this already happen? I think they can switch it now. Okay, so any recent LTA news? Nothing came up there. So, Red Academy, their mid laners allowed to look for another team. LTA Championship FlyQuest 1 versus Vivo Keyd Stars. Shotana content creator coordinator leaves. Starting in 2026, the LTA will be dissolved. The LCS and the CBLOL return as independent regions. LTA North and South partner slots move to LCS and CBLOL. LLA will not return. That's Latin America. LCS covers North, Central, and Caribbean, while CBLOL covers South America. So very confusing here, but CBLOL would also include like Chile, Argentina, South American countries, whereas like I guess the LCS would cover like Mexico and Central American countries as well as Canada and the US. So I don't know if that's a change or what. It looks like there's a lot of roster stuff that hasn't been listed. Like we know Impact retired, yet that's just not listed here. If we go back to latest news, maybe that was even earlier than this, and that's why we don't see it here. Yeah, Impact leaves. Okay, so let's see if we can go back. When was this? September 18th. Temporary substitute for blah, blah, blah. September 13th. Coach. Velocity Gaming. Yeah, nothing interesting back here, so I think we've gone far enough back that, yeah, it looks like the only news for the Americas up here is Impact leaves when he retired. Swifter, assistant coach, and Rainover are removed from Team Liquid as well, from their contract database. These are all minor teams. These are all minor teams. Kisei, Vivo Keyd Stars, bot laners, but that's their academy team. This is like a minor team. So yeah, no news other than the Impact thing. So like that's the only thing going on there. So then we could look at like solo queue, and again, it's a little bit difficult because we need to be able to identify players, right? So for example, like we have rank 1 in NA right now is like can't type 1998, and this is Viper because it's a Riven. So I think AI is going to be super helpful. So for example, if I didn't know that like Viper has been rank 1 on Riven, and so this is probably him by far and away, I could just Google like who is this? It doesn't know, actually. I bet if I prompt it with, is it Viper, it'll say yes. Yes. Is, yeah, is, what? Wait, this is so confusing. Hashtag 1998 or 1998 Viper is the in-game username for the professional League of Legends player Fudge, who's the former pro player's brother of Sniper. I think it's hallucinating some stuff again. But yeah, it's Viper. Nope, it has no idea what I'm talking about. Maybe that's not going to be so helpful. Okay, but okay, so we have like Viper is like, we'll put like, so rank 1, Viper. So here we got like solo queue. Rank 1 is Viper. We'll just put free agent. I mean, we don't even know, right, whether the solo queue players are interested in playing. In some cases, they aren't. Like, Viper's a streamer. I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. He's also like a Riven one trick, sort of. Ah, not so bad. Yeah, never mind. He's a Riven one trick. So, it's, you know. Okay, so then there's like Jeonbu. So one of the difficult things that would take a lot of time is like if I went to all of these players' Leaguepedia, it's going to have like their usernames, right? But a lot of times what's going to be easier than listing all that out is like if I search the username, like, is it going to come up like who it is? I would hope that I can see... No way. It's not Canyon. Maybe it thinks it's Canyon because this is like the NA translation. We might even need Google Translate here. You gotta be kidding me. Vancouver 123. Vancouver. Vancouver. Yeah, that's not him. So we don't know who this guy is. So we're trying to figure out who this guy is. So rank 2 is this guy. How did it split the copy paste? And who is this? So it didn't show up as an op.gg listed on Leaguepedia. So we have his op.gg, bunch of different league profiles. Nidalee leaderboard. Maybe it is Canyon, but why would that be? At Gyeonbu Canyon. So maybe the guy's named himself after Canyon's name? If I look up Canyon Leaguepedia. Oh yeah, his name is Gyeonbu. So this guy's named himself after Canyon. But surely it's not Canyon. And if it was, usually you'd see some sort of tag, especially because it was Riot verified on op.gg, meaning they linked the account. And obviously Canyon doesn't play on NA right now. No reason. So we know it's not Canyon, but we've got a Canyon copycat on the loose. Canyon fanboy. And we don't know who it is. So how do we want to do this here? So we're gonna put their top lane, jungle. I tried. I don't know. I don't know who this is. Who does the League of Legends NA account Gyeonbu belong to? They I think the AI thinks because it's well, the account is associated with him. The account itself is not public. It's not possible to see information. I mean, I guess it's just guessing because the name is similar. I think it's hallucinating. It's just linking his Leaguepedia, but like that's not his NAID. His NAID is Vancouver123, and he's not playing 1,000 games on NA this season while he's in Korea. So that's not, the AI is unfortunately hallucinating. So I wonder if like we go onto Twitch, can we get like, can we find him on Twitch? No. Can we find him on YouTube? Just thinks it's Canyon. So we have no idea who this guy is, really. Who is NA rank 2? League of Legends. What the heck? Oh, that would make sense. But why is it showing a picture of Will? I think it's Will. But why is it showing this picture? That's a good lead. But why is it showing it? Is it just giving an example, op.gg? But I think, okay, there's like a couple of players who've been at the top for a long time, right? And one of them is Will. So like, let's go to, and I think Will is a jungler. Will NA12. What? Suicide Hotline? What did I do? Will NA12, like ob.gg. No, here's the account. Different champion pool as well. Not an Italy one trick. No Hui, no Hakurim. I don't think it is Will. Let's see if like if we go to Will. What happened to Will, by the way, that he's 100 LP? I hope Will's doing okay. He's like, is Will in here, by the way? He is. Jungle slash... Oh, but this is the wrong Will, isn't it? Or is this the right Will? This is a different Will. Oh, it's the right Will. Why is Will... Huh. Why is he in Masters? What is going on, like, personally? That, I mean, maybe he's, like, practicing on another account? But this is really weird. Like, I don't know. It seems like maybe... I mean, I don't know. This is really weird that he would drop from... He's just not playing, right? Arena. He's just gone. He's played 20 games in the last 2 months on his main account. And you need to average 1 game a day. And so he's played... He needed to play 60 games and he played 20. And he hasn't played any for the past 2 weeks. Did he get banned or something? I wonder if this is another account that got banned. Anyways, we gotta go faster than this researching the solo queue player. So I have no idea who Gombu is, but it's a good jungler who is a fan of, who was it? Somebody, Canyon. We have no lead on who rank 2 is. Could be one of these guys already on the list. Could be somebody new. Rank 3. Another shenanigans hidden account. It's not linked to any player. Mostly Lucian. This is like fresh account, mostly Lucian. So can we get any information on who this is? Okay, hold on. Something came up here. Rahel, who's one of the players on our list. Well, where did this come in though? It says here July 11th, something about that. All the way back in July 11th. Sorry if I'm leaking your account, by the way. Oh yeah, this is him. Can I get a translation here? Oh my god, did he leak his practice account to a girl? Minsong arrived in the US. Rahel. NA server nickname, this. So this is Rahel. Here's the 80 carry for disguised, which lines up because it's 80 carry. So rank 3 is Rahel, who is on DSG and is an 80 carry. So in other words, I'm going to use something to denote that this guy's already on a team as well, that he's already on the list. So these guys would be like true free agents or whatever. So Viper and Gombu are true free agents, whereas as far as we know, at least we know Viper's a free agent for sure. Gombu is kind of a question mark. Rahel is definitely already on a team. Okay, rank 4. Oh, Cupic. Okay, so this is another guy we already have on here. Cupic is on the mid for Zenchi. Okay, rank 5. If they're all this easy, that'd be really nice. Rank 5 is Dusklol. And no link. It's a jungler. And I don't know if he's a free agent or if his account belongs to somebody yet, because we need to look into it. So we have Dusklol, right? Whose account does Dusklol belong to? Dusklol Leaguepedia. Dusk. Don't think this is right. This is a retired Korean support player, but this is a jungler in NA. So probably not this guy either. Okay, so nothing there. What about Twitch? Here he is. Challenger Eve / jungle player. Rank 1. My accounts. So this guy's just free agent. I'm satisfied with that. I'll just leave his shenanigans there. Fudge Kiki. It's a top laner. Is this Fudge? Quite possibly. It says it refers to Fudge, and I'm likely to believe that. Fudge tracking the pros. Let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. Fudge Kiki hashtag 5811 top laner, obviously for Shopify, rank 6 right now, and he is already on the list. Rank 7 Loki, who's already on the list. Love when that's the case. I'm gonna do it like this instead. Mid for Cloud9, right? I can get rid of this guy's stream, that's whatever. I'm not giving him a free ad, man. Okay, rank 8, rank 9, rank 10. Who do we got at rank 8? Juan. No link. Blah blah. Relatively. Huh? Is it a fresh account? This is so weird. Maybe just like switches accounts sometimes, something like this. This is a mid laner. Okay, no idea. So the AI doesn't know. If we go to like Leaguepedia. Oh, Julian Menace Jalinas was a professional League of Legends player, previously used this ID. Played as a support for Prosperity. Oh, should have known that. Okay. Where did it get this from? Oh, I don't know why his Leaguepedia page didn't show up here. Huh. Yeah, he's Julian. And this is Juan. That kind of lines up. Menace. So I think I saw that name when we were going through the open qualifier or something. I'll just put that. Menace. Wait, so he's playing mid, but he's support? Then that doesn't line up. Oh, no, he played a ton of mid. Mid and support. Okay. I mean, he's listing his role here as support. Oh, he's only on Prosperity for 9 days in May of this year. I wonder what happened there. And yeah, he's got like Julian here, which is him, but it's like not clickable, it's not listed. But I think this is him. But it's just free agent situation, because, or I mean, I guess maybe it's not a free agent. Maybe he's on like one of those like lower open qualifier teams, but he's not on one of these teams. So I shouldn't really put free agent. I should, well, I guess we found him, right? So he's on. Oh, no, he happens to actually just not be on a team right now. There's a disambiguation page associated with name Menace. Okay, so maybe we could find like Menace, Leaguepedia. Also known as That's Mod. This is getting really confusing with this guy. Also Reppy. Whatever. We get the idea. It's this guy. He's not on a team. Looks like. Rank 9. Is this guy, and then we have Cheech, and then we have Isles and Blabber, Gakkos, Tactical, so then we have 4. And this is hashtag TLAPA, always plan ahead. So we have, when we go through these last 2 here, this name, Cheche, and this guy, we have the top 15 basically down. Just kind of nice. Oh, From Iron's still up here. Where's Breezy? What happened? Did Breezy fell off? Oh no. 37. There might be support players above him now. Well, yeah, you got Isles. Cubic played mid lane though, right? Bot lane. Bot lane. Maybe he plays. Does he play? Oh, but he plays mid lane in competitive because of the champion pool. I guess that makes sense. So Isles is only support up here so far. Then you have From Iron, I think, is a support player. Then you get to Breezy all the way down. Where? Here. Yeah, there's even a couple like this guy, Mr. Dude. But we don't need to get into all that right now. We'll just look at these guys first. This might be Viper again. No, I don't think so, though. I don't think Viper's playing Bel'Veth and stuff. And I don't think Viper would have a name like this in Korean either. See if we can find it. Nothing here. Peach Cats? But it's missing the whole Korean name. Why would it pull this up, though? What's going on with that? Is it team? It has nothing to do with this. I wonder why this pulled up. Maybe if I looked really closely, there'd be an evidence for something in here. We just have no idea. Okay, let's go to the Google Translate to help us with this one. Strawberry cat hashtag ever. Is that why? Isn't the thing that came up like cat? Peach Cats? Yeah, I think that has nothing to do with each other. I think it just managed to read cat. So that's not helpful. English VTuber. I don't think this is the challenger player we're looking for. Don't think so. Don't think so. Let's go back to the Korean name, to be honest. Twitch. What? Oh, League of Legends. Hold on. No. Surely not. I hope not. Honestly,
Server doesn't have spell shield. It would have been the best.
it could be this person. I don't know. I don't read the Korean. What are the characters here? It's close, right? Is it the exact same? It's the exact same. This may be it. I don't think that he would put accomplishments karaoke stream, but not challenger rank 10 in league. But you never know. I think it's possible this is him. I was going to look at the borders here. Doesn't look like it, does it? But if he's on an ARAM account... I don't know. Maybe it's not him. When was this? Last month? So, I mean, this is recent. I mean, this could totally be him, actually. But I don't know that we glean anything from that, even if that is him. So, I'll be honest. I think that this is not helping. Yeah, I think that we're just going to say we don't know who this is. This is a good try. Maybe that's even that guy's Twitch. But for now, we don't know who this guy is. He's like an Evelyn Jungle player or something. Is that right? No. It's a Riven player, Belvath, Hacker, and Kindred Jungle. It's like Riven and a bit of Jungle. Very strange account, actually. So top/jungle. It's weird. Free agent and then rank 10. Cheche. I think we're gonna find a name for this one on Leaguepedia. I feel like I've seen this before. Huh? I feel like we've seen this. I feel like it's one of these players here. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen it. That's what's annoying about it. Was kind of Rangar one trick? I mean, I guess we'll click on this. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is this guy. Nah, he wouldn't be playing Rangar if he was a support player. And this guy lists a different username. Dang, I was hoping we'd make some progress on finding who one of these two people is. I feel like I've seen it before. I think I played with the guy in solo queue or something like that. But I don't know who it is. I mean, this is close. This is a close solo queue ID, but this guy is just like... What did this guy play? What role did he play? Bot laner? No, that's not right either. Didn't I just see Che? Am I spelling it wrong? They said Che1's build. It's listed in the thing. Maybe, I don't know how this works. Maybe you have to like expand it. Somebody's comment? Like maybe it's in a reply? They're mentioning something about it. I don't think we're going to get any more information out of this, though. Something about low elo players copying his builds or something weird. But you'd think if that was the case, people would know who he is then. I should probably be looking on Twitter, too. A lot of these people... I like, don't use Twitter at all, but a lot of these people will use Twitter. Is this some Korean, like, K-pop name? Oh, no. Uses her Instagram handle, Che1, as a point of reference for her official posts. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So it's like some K-pop fan. Okay. Rengar player, K-pop fan. We got it. Dang, I swear we know who this is. Hashtag Lamau. I'm a little bit disappointed we couldn't find more about these guys. Obviously, like we said, I mean, we can just slap them on there. Like rank 11 is Isles. What do we got here for Isles? Sup for Dignitas, and then rank 12. So rank through to 15 are all pro players we know and have on here, so that's kind of easy. So we'll just stop there at 15, just so we get an idea. But it would be kind of cool. You'd probably dive in by role too. I guess maybe we'll get to that. So we have like Isles. 0. Rank 12 is, so maybe we'll dive into like, let's say for support, for example, like I talked about with like Breezy. Maybe it's the case that the support role in particular, or maybe other roles too, but maybe support in particular, there's like not a lot of super high up support players on there, right? So then it's like, okay, even if there's not a lot of support players who are super high up there, we would then go and say, okay, even though we only looked at the top 15, how many of these players are support? One, and he's already a pro player. So we might want to at least have the answer to the question, who is the best, like, free agent, we don't know who he is, solo queue player in each role. So for example, Viper's the best top laner, solo queue. Whoever this Canyon fanboy is the best, highest rated jungler. Then you have like Dusklol is the like second in jungle. Then you have like Menace. I think I typed this wrong. In mid lane. Right. Then you have like This Eve guy, top and jungle, we already have. This guy's a jungler, so like we haven't hit an 80 carry or a support yet that are like the best 80 carry. We're still looking for like the best 80 carry and support free agent. So I might like just look at those real quick and add just those two. I might even skip ranks here and go to like whatever, rank 17, rank 20 for just those roles, since they'd be targeting that. So rank 12 is Blabberfish 2, which is Blabber. I also, like, these ones I know off the top of my head as well. Like, I could verify. Obviously, you might want to know that, like, this is actually them. So, like, a lot of times on op.gg, like, if you go to... Actually, they don't even have it for Isles, which is crazy. But a lot of times you'll go to, like, this, and it says, like, pro here, because it's, like, verified and linked to that person. But obviously you could also go to like Leaguepedia and look at their op.gg. So if we go to like Isles Leaguepedia, it's like, okay, right here, actually Isles 000 is not listed as one of his accounts on Leaguepedia, but I would still venture that it's him instead of some random person who's like trying to advertise for him or like fanboy for him. And then, like, Blabber, we know, obviously, is the same concept. Like, they don't put all their op.ggs on here. But, like, you just go to Blabber Leaguepedia, and then, like, Blabberfish 2 will come up here. I know it does for Blabber on his thing. So, boom. Blabberfish 2 on NA. So that's him. You know, we know that. Okay, so let's get the information here. So he's, like, jungle, C9. Obviously, rank 13. Gatgos for fly. And let's just clean this up a bit. Oops. Tactical. Actually, where is Tactical on? Is he on one of these ones? He's on LG. Luminosity. And then rank 15, always plan ahead, APA. Mid for Team Liquid. So I'm just kind of curious, since we have a couple of top junglers and mid laners from solo queue. Like you have obviously like Viper in top lane, Canyon Fanboy and Dusklull in jungle, and then you've got like Menace in mid, another top jungle. Another mid might be interesting too, but like. So we're going 16 is like 80 carry / mid, Tree Fog, hashtag 100 is probably 100 Thieves player. It's actually mostly bot lane, so it looks like the Lucian is mostly being played 80 carry. It's kind of interesting. You duo with, well, maybe not duo. If they just played 2 games, like with other random people, that happens a lot in high elo solo queue. So do I want to consider Tree Frog even though he just plays like Lucian? Is this the AD carry player? I think that this guy's kind of scuffed as far as AD carry players go. He's half playing mid lane. From Iron would definitely be the highest support right now though. Does Breezy make it to number 2? No, you have Mr. Dude. Even this guy is weird champion pool, but maybe. Yeah, whatever happened to Cody's son? He's pretty high up. Oh, he's on conviction. Is he really? Wait, I don't remember writing Cody's son down. How? Substitute bot laner for conviction. Huh. Interesting. I mean, certainly a name to consider, but so do I put Tree Fog as the 80 carry, or do we keep going down? There's like Baz, it's another guy who's playing like Lucian, but like not other stuff really. No, I mean this guy. Surely you would put like Baz or Tree Frog or something for 80 carry. I think we have Baz on here. We actually do. He's on Apex Mission Impossible. So technically he doesn't count either, because he's on a team. Sushi is on here as well, I think, I already believe. But we can pencil in that support player, right? From Iron, who I've seen before. Maybe the best 80 carry is actually a mid laner. If I expand to like more games, can I see like recent history? Yeah, he's played more mid than 80 carry when I go back here. I really don't think I can pencil this in at 80 carry. Let's see. Let's get as much as we can about what he's playing. Go all the way back 2 months of history, solo queue. And let's take a look. It is definitely primarily mid lane. Yeah, so I just can't put that guy in at 80 carry when he's just a mid laner. So From Iron is going in at support, and he is rank 17. So this would be like the best free agent solo queue support. Well, we are cooked in NA. The talent pool is not very deep. From Iron Leaguepedia. Let's see if we can find anything. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, UBC player. Very little, but yeah, Eric U. UBC. To present. I'm still going to leave him free agent though. Because like we're not really diving into collegiate much. That's a whole other conversation to have, like we've had about a bunch of different things. But more or less, collegiate would be, it's kind of a parallel system to the open qualifier system. So like collegiate would also be considered tier 3. But there are some collegiate players who are good enough that they're also playing in academy, or in the case of Winthrop's team, their whole team is playing in academy, right, or in Challenger League. So it's kind of like a parallel development system, if you will. But it's basically tier 3 because it's not the Challenger League, it's not the tier 2. So obviously you could go through and put like the best teams from collegiate and the best players who are maybe only focused on collegiate because they're in college. They don't want to play for 2 teams at once. It's way too much. Very understandable while they're in college. So there are definitely some collegiate players that would be worth noting as well. But and honestly, that's kind of the thing I'd be willing to dive into. Like looking at like four collegiate teams, top collegiate teams, really not that big of a deal. UBC, I think, at least in the past, was definitely up there as one of the schools to be at for that. But well, let's see. Collegiate League 2025. CLOL 2025 Championship. So UBC was not in the top 8. In fact, I don't even see them here, but that's fine. But anyways, the top 4 were Maryville, Ole Miss, Winthrop, and St. Thomas. So Winthrop, we already have everybody actually from them being in Tier 2 already. And it should say something also right about these teams that, let's see if it preserved the old roster. Should say something about these teams that Winthrop is a Tier 2 team, and although they were not very high up, they were like bottom. They were like one away from being the one that was up for relegation from Tier 2, but like still they're like a Tier 2 team, and there are 2 collegiate teams that are better than them. So there are like obviously good players who are just focused on collegiate. I think that should say something about that. So we could look really quickly, but I think a lot of these people we already have. In fact, UG is just on Team Liquid, which is crazy. I'm gonna turn the heater off. It's pumping too hot, and the background noise has not been great. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. It's been a long session, and then I'll continue this. Maybe we'll add some of these collegiate players into the mix. And basically what I want to do now is get into the fun stuff when I get back, which is like, okay, we've got the best solo queue players that aren't on any team, maybe holding out for LCS or to go straight into academy instead of like joining an open qualifier team that's going to struggle, or maybe the players around them aren't the best. We've got like the best open qualifier teams that are like competing to get into the Challenger League. We've got all the Challenger League teams. We've got all the main LCS teams. So, and then we're going to have like the top 4 collegiate teams. So like out of these players, and there's a lot of overlap between these things as well. Out of these players, like when we start breaking it down by role, we're going to have many less players per role, maybe 20 players per role or something like that. How would we stack them up? How would we rank them? And that's when we can start getting into things like, well, let's look at like some basic past history or results as a player. Like what's the highest level that they played at? What have their results been like? What are their stats like? And then obviously if we had like a tough time deciding on the 2, we could get into like, hey, let's watch some gameplay and see like, are these guys playing well independent of their team, or like they actually really good and their team is like holding them back a little bit, or are they like the strongest link on their team, or are they like the weak link on their team, and that sort of thing. But that's going to be more interesting, I think, than this part, which is just compiling a list. It's like investigation, but it's kind of fun, kind of interesting right now. I'll be right back. Okay, so to get the collegiate stuff out of the way real quick, let's just take a look really retroactively at whether these players are already on teams, because I expect most of them are already going to be on teams. So for example, like I can tell you already here, I think every player here except Spyrax is already on the list. And I think that he's probably like their substitute mid laner. So let's see, does that show? Well, it shows both of them mid. But yeah, he's not on here, so we might want to look into what's going on with him. Do we ever get the 80 carry player? Not really. We decided Tree Frog we couldn't put because he was yeah, this guy had been on FlyQuest Academy and stuff like that. He's on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Oh, he's not anymore. That's kind of crazy. He's replaced with the mid laner at his college as well there on the same team he was on. Oh. I don't understand. So they won the CLOL championship. But this says that he was playing solo when they got second in this playoffs. This says Toasty. This says Spyrax. That's kind of weird. I don't really know what to do with this. Maybe it'll say specifically. Yeah, he's pretty highly rated. I mean, he needs to be on the list, that's for sure. This is a major oversight that he's somehow not on the list. So I'm just going to pencil him in as a sub for Dark Zero. But it looks like they're like sharing time at both places actually, rather than that. So that covers Spyrax, and then all the other players were already on this list, but just to double check, I'll search them up real quick. So for example, Zamudo. What? Oh, we've looked at him before while doing this, but actually didn't have him on here. So I'm going to just put Maryville, and we'll put Zamudo top lane. So he's simultaneously playing on Maryville and on, or maybe these events took place at different times, but he was on Maryville and Lion Academy. And then Yuji we have for sure. He's Team Liquid's jungler, but he's also playing at Maryville. Or maybe he came from Maryville to, again, the timing. I don't know. Was this early in the year? Maybe it must have been early in the year because of the college schedule. It must have been like February or something, like the end of the school year. Yeah, May. This happened in May. Okay, so a lot's changed since then. This is not like a recent thing. But yeah, Yuji and then Shimmer also went to a team. Went to Vancouver Impact. Oops. We still need a 80 carry from the solo queue. And then Spyrex and Toasty we have on here. We just saw. Put them. They're both on Dark Zero as well right now. And then Sajed is here's 80 carry for Dark Zero. Oh, so he's also with them. All three of those players are together. And then Zico is also their support is there, so only their top laner is different than Zamudo, because he's playing in Lion Academy. So all those players are accounted for. Porsche and Kenvi and Bradley and Array. Trevor, I don't think we have on here. So we could look at that. Trevor, what team is this? This is St. Thomas, got 4th place. How's he looking on the op.gg? That's not good. He was on Citadel until April, but then there's nothing. Yikes. I mean, I'm putting him on the list out of respect for the college, but he's at the bottom of the list. A lot of these players, right, are just, they're on other teams because they're good players who are competing in a lot of spaces in the scene. And this is one of those players where it's like, okay, this is the guy that they had available at the college, you know, it's or maybe something in his life has changed. He's just not focused on league. Maybe he's focused on school, whatever it is, something happened, but this guy is not, you know, not playing. Okay, so blah blah blah. So then we've covered Maryville and St. Thomas. Winthrop we don't even need to cover because all of their players. We have Wilson. That's a weird one. Yeah, we have Wilson. So all their players are just covered because they're in academy. So then the only other one is Ole Miss. Where are they? Fisher ended up 5th to 6th, but they were rated highly coming into it as well. Other players are hardly NA. Stry. Do we have Stry? No. What's Stry doing? He is also on, so we might have seen this guy on that S5. This is like a, what is this team again doing? They're like an LRN team. He's an LRN player. Technically, that means he has residency in the Americas, though. But I don't know that I'm interested in looking at this right now. Because he's just on an LRN team. And he's probably just staying on an LRN team. Okay, so Keel is somebody new, I think. NA jungler, not on the list. He was on Blue Water for a little bit. Wow, nothing. What? That's not it. I'm just trying random stuff like Keel or Keel1 with the username to see if I can find anything. No, none of this is. So his op.gg is like name changed. So we can't see anything about his op.gg. mean, I guess we can throw him on the list, but again, I think that without any information on him, really, he's going to show up pretty low. But it's, what, that's like the last team too, right? Yeah, we can throw him on here. Ole Miss. Kiel. Jungle. And this guy's from Morocco. He's also on a LRN team. Shogo. I think, yeah, this is weird. Yeah, it looks the same Shogo. So he's already on the list. And then Rhino. This guy's not on the list, so maybe he should be on the list. Unless we look up his op.gg and it's really bad. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'll throw him on the list, whatever. This guy's literally like me. But it's okay. It is what it is. Bottom of the support list you go. We have a pretty shallow support pool anyways. Nice Braum games. It's funny that I don't remember ever playing against this guy. He's got such a memorable username too with so many O's, and I just don't remember ever playing against him. He's been all over the place in LP totals too. This is all over the place. Okay, I'll put him down. So it's also Ole Miss in their sport. There's a guy named Rhino. Okay. That concludes our dive into the college league teams, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, that covers the top four. Fisher was pretty highly rated, but I'm looking at their players, and Braum is the only guy who is like NA, and I don't even have his op.gg because there's not even a Leaguepedia page for him. And I guess you could look at like Western. Dr. Calculus is actually already on there. But, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess these could be interesting. But, yeah, that's just like, we're getting down into the weeds here with some of these ones. So I think we're going to move on from this. Okay, with that being said, we also needed 180 carry from the solo queue ladder because I didn't feel like we could count Tree Frog here at rank 16 because he's mostly a mid laner. So we're looking for 80 carry champions here. You have Baz, but Baz is already on the list as an 80 carry. So can't go with Baz because he's already on the list. It has to be a pure solo queue. Then we have Sushi at 27. Maybe 80 carry is really cooked right now. No wonder they're complaining. He is already on here as well. So we're moving past Sushi. And then we have, what is going on? Where is it just one champion? He's only ever played, holy moly. I just dodged it every time he doesn't get cleansed. What a beast. Okay. Cody-san. So unironically, should we just put Cody-san? I think I'm just going to put Cody-san. That way we get him in here anyways because he's like, so I'll put rank 31 Cody-san. That gets him in here because he's like former pro player as well. So I feel like that obviously him being the highest, like not even on any of these teams, like obviously Cody-san should be on the list here somewhere if he's still grinding solo queue and trying to play, right? If he wants to, like. So, and then I guess, I mean, we'll figure, I guess we'll figure out these random players as we go too. Okay, so here we have like, I don't know what you want to call it, but we have like a master list. we have solo queue. We have like, these are like recent pros. A lot of times these recent pros, like I said, just aren't willing to immediately go join a team when they were just recently on a good team, and they don't want to devalue themselves by going onto a worse team and not being able to carry that team to like top results and stuff like that as well. But a lot of these people would come back if they had an opportunity to get on a reasonable team. That being said, like Jensen is just straight up retired, so you know, I'd be willing to disconsider him from the list because of that. We have like Impact as well, is retired, but was currently on the list, and we don't have a replacement yet. So, but we can just go here. So this is like the master list. This is like all players, and then we can just like add like top lane, jungle, mid lane, AD carry, and support. Might even start with support. I mean, it's my role, right? So we can just, I wish there was a better way to do this, but we can just copy our support players in order. And then we can actually like get into the weeds of like trying to rank all of these players. I'm kind of curious how many players we're going to end up with in each role as well. Because we went through quite a lot of amateur and stuff like that. So there's it's very comprehensive. I'm having a lot more fun with this than I kind of expected. So that's all of these people on proper teams. We only ended up with one support from solo queue that's not already on this list, which is this guy. So like that's it for that. And then are there any, we have Ole and Winsome as well. And all out of respect, I'll put them above the solo queue player here. So like, for example, Ole, a pretty good support player, never retired, free agent, last played with Immortals in season 14 split 2, so like a year and a half ago, and just hasn't found a team since then. And Winsome is a support player who is like pretty high up there, is an NA American support player, but currently playing in LRN, which is like Latin America North. And then we have From Iron, who's our best solo queue support player right now. So not too bad. We have we ended up with 27 players. Probably support would be one of the least roles with the least players, that or AD carry. I mean, we have roughly the same number of players. I mean, we had a lot of subs in jungle and top were the most duplicates, and like maybe one in mid lane or two in mid lane. And then there's like a lot of solo queue players who are like top jungle players, very few AD carry players, pretty limited on support as well. Mid lane, pretty decent. So I expect that we'll see the most top laners and junglers, but roughly very similar numbers, but mostly top laners, junglers, and less supports and AD carries, and then like mid lane would be in the middle, I guess. Not that that means a whole lot. Obviously, like we know that right now it's more reflective of solo queue, because solo queue is the only place we can really get at that, and plus like whatever reason teams have subs for those roles, those are the only reasons why we would have a disparity in the number of players per role. So that doesn't really tell us a whole lot. But obviously, like it looks like AD carry and support right now are pretty lack of talent in NA, for lack of a better word. Okay, so looking at this here, we can just start like tiering things out a little bit. And like I just want to immediately like break here, because I think that like it's a Seos problem. I don't think Seos should be anywhere near top 3 like his team was. So he's gonna go like down. So like we can start talking about here like their team rank. So we have like name, role, team. So we might have things like team rank in terms of their performance, solo queue rank. You might have like any other like notable achievements, or we call those like results that they've achieved. Then there's like gameplay / like actually just watching them play. We'll put that at the end, and then we'll look at like, are their stats any good potentially as well, if we even want to get into all of that. And obviously some players like in the LCS are going to be easier to get stats on than others or whatever. So we're just going to go, because they're already ranked by team, we're just going to like rank these really quickly based on how good their team is. And that makes sense that I would put the player also from solo queue with a lack of a team. Kind of makes sense that I would, or like his team is like solo, wasn't even on here, like really makes sense that he would like have the lowest team rank or whatever. Not that that matters a whole lot, but so for example, and maybe we're not going to be able to find like ob.gg. Do I even want to link their ob.gg for all of them? I don't know that I want to do all this, but now that I have the team rank locked in, I can start moving them around. So I'm just going to say that I don't think, like, Busio's good, but I don't think that he's that good. I think that part of the problem is that when you look at, like, MVP voting, let's see if we can find something like that. So, like, first team All-Pro was just Busio, Masu, Inspired, and Bwipo. In my opinion, that just like is a classic example. And yes, one team can actually be in all roles better than the other teams, but I think that this was just like a classic example of like overblown shenanigans, basically, for lack of a better word. Like where you just take all of the players who are on the best team and you just make them all seem like good in the voting, because they're surrounded by good players, they look good, and you're not able to be a good enough judge of individual performance in game. So like FlyQuest is one of the teams I probably actually watched play the most, and a lot of people are really hyping up Masu, really hyping up Busio, especially because Masu is like not a very veteran player and things like that. And I'm telling you, like, Inspired and Bwipo are really good. and Quid is pretty good, but I don't really think that Masu and Busio are like amazing. I really don't. But I mean, I don't know. We can take a look there. So this is just my initial assessment is like we're holding off on Busio. He's pretty good. He's going to be like probably end up top 3, top 5, something like that. But I don't think he's like the rank 1 support. So then we have like Ayla and Seos, and these guys are really bad. Or like they're not really bad, but they're really bad for their considering their team rank, right? So I would probably put Ayla above Seos, but not by much. Who do we? Man, this is a really rough pool of support players. Maybe Busio is number 1. Never mind. Dang. Well, honestly, it's tough. Okay, so normally, if we were just talking about overall, like not just this split, maybe the voting was fine. I would say if we were talking about overall, not just this split, Core JJ and Vulcan are much better players overall. They're much more experienced, and they have much better results and achievements than Busio. But at the moment, the way that Team Liquid and Cloud9 performed, and the way that Core JJ and Vulcan in particular, even more than Core JJ, has had some really rough games. Like, and he was doing so well before, so to regress so much as a player is pretty bad. So I guess we need to make the distinction, like, are we talking about where these players are at right now at this moment, or are we talking about, like, we're making a judgment on the player as a whole? Because, which is an important distinction, because you might think that if you were a team trying to pick up a player for 2026, that you should only judge a player on like where they're at right now. And that's not necessarily true, because in a lot of cases, if you take a player and like, oh, they played bad in the last couple of series or whatever, but they're like a much more solid player. Like, let's say that you were a team that was like down here at the bottom, and somehow through the trading and stuff like that, Dignitas was like getting to choose between Busio and Core JJ or something like that. And Dignitas needs to make a decision or needs to know what would happen in that scenario. The thing is that like, while you might go with Busio because he's had the best recent performance, he's on a really stacked team, and in a really good team environment. Whereas like Team Liquid's team environment sounded like it was terrible and collapsing. So is Busio's potential and like where he's going to be at next year as a player as good? Part of the thing that's hard to predict is that if you take a player who's like maybe performing better than they normally would this year, and then you on a good team, and then you throw them into like not such a good team, or and their team isn't so ideal and winning everything, versus a player who was underperforming this year. It's like in fantasy football where you have a player, they did really bad last week, so you pull them out. You don't prioritize them the next week. But the thing is that if you do that instead of playing a numbers game, then you're not realizing that the next week they're going to overperform, and that's how they get to their average, right? And so like, I feel like Core JJ and Vulcan underperformed compared to how they've performed for many, many years of history. And I would, if I was building a team, I would rather take a safe bet on a Core JJ or a Vulcan than I would on a Busio. Now, do I think, and not that this is what happened, but do I think FlyQuest should replace Busio with Core JJ or Vulcan? No, because as we said before, doing a side grade while disrupting your roster's ability to be a cohesive unit that know each other, play well with each other, know how each other play and can synergize, coordinate with each other. You understand the draft even with each other and stuff like that. Like, to change that up for maybe a potentially better support is not worth it. You would need very clear evidence that this person is significantly better than the person on your team to replace them. So, you know, I don't mean anything crazy by this, but if I was building a team for 2026, even with the recent results, I would prioritize Core JJ or Vulcan. Then we've got like Huhi. We've got some names down here that are like sitting out too that are not bad. We got like I think I go Ayla, Isles, Seos, and Lions or something like this. Then I'm looking at names like Stunt, Zazel, Ole, maybe even Winsome. Then like Breezy, something like this. Yeah, maybe the order at this point, I just really don't know these players well enough, but I probably put it like this. We can have tiers too, right? So like, it doesn't even just have to be ranked. Like if I wanted, I could put like tiers, and I would say that like these players are like the best you're gonna get in the role, and these players are like would be serviceable in the LCS. Maybe we should have another tier in here. They're like serviceable in the LCS, but like nothing in particular special. And then these are like should be tier 2 players for now. I mean, you could break up the tiers a little bit better than that, but that's basically how I feel more or less about it. Yeah. I mean, this is just how I would rank the players personally. It's also, like I said, it's maybe the role where I'm just going to come in and kind of roll the players and say what I think, because it's my role. And I've played against like half of these people in solo queue as well. And honestly, like this half is like, I don't know. This is the half that I'm like, I'm not even sure about, because I haven't seen much from them. But it's like, you know, these players I've seen a lot of over the years, played with them. And then like Rovex, Mixture, Zyko I played with. And then everyone below that, I don't know. I don't really think we need to dive into all of this. Is there anything that would be worth diving into? If we can do a quick stat check. So NACL or LTA North stats, player stats. Let's look at this. That might be interesting. Can we get like for not? I guess they're separating the stats as well. That's really annoying. Not even a good way to look through this. Let's just go back to Leaguepedia. Okay. So we have like games played, Wins, losses, win percent, KDA. So thing is like, okay, you've got KDA here. KDA can be important. I think KDA is an important metric, but obviously it's also going to be skewed by your team doing well. But I would certainly say that this is good even for your team being number one out of Busio. So that's looking good. CS on support just doesn't matter. We're not. Even gold, right, is like going to be a reflection of your team winning a lot of times, because your team like gets towers and stuff like that, and you just get free gold. Like the difference is very small here. Damage just doesn't matter. There's just no like good stats available for sport players, or what? Champion stats, player stats. Let's see if we can get something more comprehensive here. Okay, cool. Okay, kill participation looks like a great one to look at for support. Yeah, Busio is pretty high up there. Actually, Ayla as well. And Seos is actually number one in kill participation, that's really good actually. Let's see. Okay, let's look at sport. Bring it up. So, I mean, you've got a lot, but like KDA is heavily influenced by just the fact that your team is doing better anyways. I think that like notable standouts would be like, what games does this include? Does this include the playoffs or just the regular season? Just the regular season. And then we have the regional, and then we have the player stats for that. Well, what about the okay, so does this include the playoffs then? Kill share. Yeah, that's just not important on support. It should be really low. Gold share doesn't matter. Champions played. I mean, I guess that's kind of interesting too to think about, but it's not really that big of a deal. So like Trimby had a really big champion pool. Frosty and Busio had the best kill participation at this one. Seos was the bottom. This was the one in between Brazil and NA. As far as the regular season and the playoffs goes, though, biggest champion pool was like Vulcan, Ayla, Huhi, Seos, but it just doesn't matter a whole lot. Like sometimes focusing on less champions can be better even in competitive. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're better. We're talking about a difference of a couple of champions angles here and there in champion select. They didn't even get the opportunity to play that many regular season games. So highest kill participation was actually Seos and Lions, even though I have them pretty low, and Ayla as well, even though I have them pretty low. But again, that can also just be a sign of a bad team, right? Like kill participation is a very weird stat because you like to have a lot of kill participation as a sport, but like if your kill participation is too low, it's a problem. But all of these players have very high kill participation, especially compared to what I'm used to with like solo queue, because in competitive, obviously, there's like less kills. So you're going to be involved in more of them as a support. And the game is going to be more controlled and revolve around those numbers advantages that you create as a jungler or support. So you're going to end up with higher kill participation. Usually in solo queue, like, you would be worried if a player is averaging under 50% kill participation on support, and you would be worried in the opposite direction that the player's team is bad if they're winning or if they're participating in like 70+% of kills. So there's kind of a sweet spot in the middle where the player is like actively participating and creating a lot of kills, but not in a game state where their team is just bad. And so one of the things that's interesting about this kill participation thing is in a lot of cases it could just be that, not that Seos is making all these amazing plays or that Lions or Ayla are making all these amazing plays, is that their top side is just never getting anything done without them. And that's more of a sign of a weak team rather than like a player who's playing particularly well. In fact, I think it's more impressive that Busio is sitting at a 79% kill participation on a team that's doing so well without him topside and finding so much topside that he's maybe not necessarily a part of, and yet his kill participation is still high, which means he's still doing a lot bot. So on the leading team, I actually find fourth place on kill participation more impressive than being on like a team that's not doing as well and having lower kill participation. Are there any standouts as far as vision score per minute? I mean, Huhi is obviously like ahead of them by a lot in vision score. The rest of them are pretty clumped together. Huhi is like has something figured out with vision that the rest of them don't. This is the like total vision score. And then really the only other thing would be KDA, but again, KDA is going to be heavily tied to whether your team's doing well or doing bad. I think consistently we see though that like Isles is not doing that well, and like he's not doing well in terms of kill participation or in terms of like he's bottom 3 for kill participation and he's bottom total for KDA. But it's hard to it supports maybe the hardest role to judge based on stats. I don't think that it's gonna like really change my view. I guess like if you had to give it a rating though, I guess I would say that like Lions stats are like okay. Well, so those are the two stats I want to focus on. He's bottom, so he's 3 out of 8 for that. But he's 2 out of 8 for kill participation. But if the kill participation is too heavily skewed towards your team just being bad, then I don't know, maybe this isn't even a positive. But I wouldn't change much off of that. I'm going to call it here because I got to go to sleep. But yeah, there's a lot more to think about in terms of the other rules and where I put those players. I think this is a fun part to get into. I just think that like this deserves more of a like a deep dive in terms of like kind of assigning a number to their stats, picking what stats I think are important to look at based on what we have access to. Maybe seeing if there's another website that can give us a little bit more data other than some of these really basic stats. But maybe this is all we have. And you know, obviously, like I said, if there's like something that's worth thinking about or a player that I think is highly overrated, maybe watching some film, some VODs. And I think it would be also kind of interesting because I do actually think it's somewhat important, and maybe not important in terms of how valuable it is on its own, but I think that solo queue rating, even for these professional players, actually tells you a lot about how seriously they take what they're doing and how much time they're dedicated to playing outside of scrims. And so I think that like being able to put LP totals here as well might be kind of interesting as well. So, but that's it for now, and we'll see where these players stack up I think this was really interesting and brought up a lot of different concepts about like tier 2 and amateur and collegiate and how the whole system works, and probably super informative if you don't know about like how these systems are working right now. And maybe you'll find it interesting to kind of follow along with some of this stuff if you know like what's going, like who these people are and what's going on with them. So we'll see, but we'll have to get deeper into it because right now we're mostly list making instead of watching gameplay, which is more interesting.